How we doing there, boys and girls? Welcome in, welcome in. Turn the disco down a little bit. Unless you like the disco, of course. Unless you bop into the disco. I found Dave Pearce's Trance Anthems 1998. No, 2008, sorry. Some absolute bangers in this. I needed something to wake me up this morning. I'm really tired. I don't know why. I don't know if it's lack of sleep or just because it's stupid chilly outside. I don't know why. I'm tired today and I don't know why. But a little bit of World of Warcraft, a little bit of goal making should make all the difference. That's the plan. Hopefully if we've sold some more Decor as well, that will also help. I've been quick firing through some of these realms just so we don't spend too long doing this every day. As I imagine it's not the most riveting footage watching me relist auctions, but it's what we do here. We make gold, and this is without a doubt the best way to make gold right now. So let's get all of this up and running. Of course, you're tired. I've been watching your stream all night long. Been over on the VODs. Been over on the VOD channel. Monthly's 24/7. Oh, hang on, it's one sniper. Can you explain how the monthly coin thing works on the second channel? I can't seem to get any. Well, I know on this channel we use the Twitch channel points, but for the VOD channel, I've got stream elements doing it. You won't get any like on Twitch channel points per se, but they are calculated through stream elements, and you got a little bit more control over like being able to see them and leaderboards and this sort of stuff. And also I can then use them more easily for the giveaways, which is not really so easily possible with the Twitch points. You can do, on the other channel, you can do exclamation mark points to see how many you've got. They work in a similar-ish way. Right, that's listed. What hour do you usually repost so I can do it after you? See, this is also one of the reasons why I don't necessarily want to do this on stream every day, because I am very clear. I am very, very, very aware that that is exactly what a bunch of you lot do. I'm very aware. This is why I probably do one relist of the posts later on in the day when I'm not actually live. I don't blame you. I'd do exactly the same. I don't think I want too many of these. These feel like a bit of a bait. I certainly don't want too many more beanbag chairs. Oh no. I know you're probably you've been, daring enough to say it publicly, but I absolutely categorically know there are people waiting until they see me finish posting and then they go do theirs. Like I said, I would do exactly the same. Like, there's auction house PvP. It's rule 1 of PvP. Be smart. Work smart, not hard, I'm selling Decor. You're selling Decor. I'm still handing in texts. Are you still doing that? That's actually bananas. Does that still make money? I mean, I guess it does. Well, I mean, is there really even a supply of those with these days? I guess. You've got 6 million of them to hand in. Oh my god. Oh my lord. Right. Nothing on that realm. We got pre-patch tomorrow. Not pre-patch. We got the event turn up tomorrow, don't we? Is that just... I've not looked into the event in too much detail. Is it going to be another one of these sit around, wait to kill some rares? It's a rare farming thing again, isn't it? Basically, portal spawn, something pops out of a portal, kill the thing, GG. I think I need to take a little bit of a look at if there's any characters on my main account that are not level 80 that could do with being level 80. Comes a prime opportunity, I think, doesn't it? Now I know we've just fallen out the back end of Remix, but Remix you can only you can only level new characters on Remix, so. Did you see the announcement teaser trailer thingy? Yeah, I knew about that yesterday. I just wasn't able to say anything. I don't know why Blizzard chooses to be secretive about these things. Wasn't like that they said anything. But yeah, getting a roadmap is useful. It is very, 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 very uncommon to get an expansion launch for retail at this time of the year. And so I think in that regard, a roadmap is going to be very useful, even more useful than normal. Especially since I am convinced of this. I am convinced that Midnight is going to be one of the shortest expansions. I think they're going to roll into. I think they're going to try and roll into the Last Titan incredibly quickly. I don't think they're going to push. I don't think this is going to be the expansion where they push it down to a 12-month cycle. But they're definitely going to be like pushing into the Last Titan real fast, I think. Which might mean that the roadmap that turns up gives you some sneak peeks into what the end of the year looks like. Because I'm relatively sure by the end of the year we'll be considering a alpha or the Last Titan at the very least. If not the end of this year, literally this time next year, I think we'll be looking out for an alpha again. I don't think I want too many of them. I think season 1 will end soon. I can agree with you on that. I mean, they've obviously got this 8-week cycle thing pretty nailed down now. But I do feel that they are going to slowly move into this 12-month cycle. The transition, I think, is going to be Midnight and then the Last Titan, and either one of these two expansions, I think, is going to be a lot shorter. I don't know how they do it. I don't think they will want to skip season 3 particularly. But they might want to make season 2 shorter. On the basis of that, you know, season 1 is always an expansion launch, so you don't really want to mess, you don't mess with success, do you? Season 1 is always absolutely gangbuster. You don't mess with success, so they're not going to mess about with season 1 particularly much. And then the final season is also where they seem to be doing their remixes and, bonus events, and we roll into pre-patch, and you've got beta and you've got alpha hype. You've got a lot going on in season 3 in that regard. So they probably don't want to mess with that length of time too much either. But where it seems to make a lot more sense to, squish it a bit is going to be in season 2, because you have the natural drop off after season 1. Season 2 is always, the middle of the expansion is nearly always the most unplayed time of the expansion. We were somewhat fortunate this time that the Undermine was clearly a well put together patch. So season 2 didn't feel too bad. Yet in Dragonflight, for example, season 2 wasn't anywhere near as good. So there's that's the area where I think they might sort of shave off a few weeks, maybe a month, to try and slowly get things a little bit shorter. It's not like that viable from a business perspective to launch an expansion at the beginning of the year as well. They were only able to like deal with it this time because they were launching housing, and housing absolutely drove quite literally millions of pre-orders. So they made all their midnight money already. Obviously they'll sell a shitload, they'll market the fuck out of it, and they'll sell a shitload when the expansion goes live, but relatively speaking, they've made their money already on midnight. They'll so I tend to think that they probably won't want to keep up this routine of launching an expansion at this point in the year. But if they're going to use a few expansions as a transition period, they need to like have one weird timing expansion launch so that they can get onto the route that the rhythm and the routine that they want to hold for the next 10 years. I'm almost convinced of this. It's all high in the sky until we see some announcement, but I'm almost convinced of this. It doesn't make any sense for me for Microsoft to turn around and go, yeah, you do 2-year expansions. Yeah, you do 18-month expansions. No. Financial year, 12 months. Like, Microsoft's too big of a business to fuck about and have to deal with 18-month timelines for things. No. But yeah, what or if they'll announce anything in this thing, I'm not sure. We don't get that form of heads up. No, I'm not going to bother doing a watch party type thing for it because it'll be some pre-recorded, very scripted something or other. Like, it's I'm not worried about doing a watch party for it. Can't log on to the beta for 3 days now? Really? I've been on the beta every day. Are you sure you're using the right account? Because I know that fools me a couple of times. Gladly pay $60 for something every year if we get a new expansion yearly. Yeah, I'm of the same opinion. Honestly, I like there is absolutely no better time than the run up to a new expansion and the launch of a new expansion. Like this is why the final. I mean, I know I'm in a slightly different position than most, but the final season of an expansion is fun for me because I'm thinking about what's coming next. And then, of course, when it's here, it's really fun for a few months. So there's that probably 6-month period, 3 months before a new expansion and 3 months after a new expansion, which is the absolute pinnacle 6 months of World of Warcraft for me. And I think a lot of people fall into the same rhythm, even though, they may not be content creators themselves, but, they get rolled up in the hype. It's very, very difficult to keep the enthusiasm going during the middle period of the expansion where, you've got a small amount of new content with a new season, probably one new zone to explore, but that's fresh off the back of just having like 4 new zones. Like it's a huge decrease in like provided content. You've been used to having like 10 times more stuff than you know what to do with, and then season 2 launches and it's kind of cool for a week, maybe 2, but then you very quickly run out of new stuff to explore because you've been you've been accustomed to having a whole expansion launch's worth of content to go and explore. So it's no surprise that season 2 ends up being the slowest of the seasons. And then you kind of know that season 3 is where they're kind of, they're not going to put their biggest and best efforts into season 3 because they're spinning up for the next one. All reasons why I tend to think that it's the second season that they'll try and sort of squish a touch. reconfigure, maybe. Maybe just make it shorter and sack off the turbo boost stage at the end, you know? I think they could get away with having seasons being 4 months long. I don't think. I mean, 6 months is fine. I'm sure the pacing of 6 months is fine, but I'm absolutely sure that they could get away with having 4-month long seasons without really frustrating too many people. The flip side is that it will be of significant more benefit to more people as well. Like, you got to think of it glass half full. God, we started off on flipping business talk this morning, didn't we? There was me starting the stream saying I'm tired. Jesus. Wonder why. I'm thinking too much. Far too much brain activity. 5 to 6 months for a season these days is way too much. Season 3 was dead 2 months after its launch. Well, see, this is it. They know their third season is never going to be the biggest, most shiniest, most fantastic one, but they stack other Blizzard-related stuff at the same time, don't they? Nobody is that fussed about season 3 being very short when remix and alpha, beta, like there's other stuff going on. It's all the cheap stuff. I don't really want too much more of that. Buy it if it's cheap on the realm. There's no way they can make a viable and complete expansion every year. Look at what we have now. It's every 2 years. It's not every 2 years, though. Do the maths on it. It's not every 2 years. It's every 18 months. It's not been 2 years for a while. And what you have to consider is that they are working 2 or 3 expansions ahead of themselves. When they're working 2 or 3 expansions ahead of themselves, it's not actually that different to like shave off an extra 6 months, because the whole what we see now isn't a fair representation of what they're actually capable of and what they're actually doing. If they stop working 3 expansions ahead of themselves and take it down to only working 2 expansions ahead, they can easily put extra dev time into what is the next upcoming expansion and the current one to shave off time. I'm 99% convinced we're going to see 12-month expansions, if not for the last Titan, but for whatever they have planned after that. It just doesn't make sense in this industry these days to have 18-month to 2-year length expansions. It's just not the same game anymore. World, like, sure, Classic, when everything was significantly slower paced. Like, significantly slower paced. Like, leveling a single character would take you 60 hours of hard work. Now, we're leveling max level characters in 6 minutes on Remix. It's a different game. And with that, I think they upping the pace of it is not just viable. I almost think it's required for their player retention. But I don't work for Blizzard. I play their game and I enjoy it a lot. But it's definitely something I've seen. Definitely something I'm pretty strongly convinced of. Like I said, it's fine to disagree, but what am I doing here? Why are we trying to do cancel scans? My brain is absolutely frazzled already. Hello. Oh dear. Oh dear. Somebody posting Decor for 1 gold. Oh no, I've just realised I haven't reset my Goblin Toolbox session timers. Oh well, I guess the longer we leave the sessions running for, the more accurate the gold per hour numbers are, isn't it? I was going to reset them every Sunday, and now I've just kind of forgot. Don't want too many more of these table lamps. I think we'll see yearly expansions, but with only 2 seasons each. I doubt the 3 seasons in a year. It seems too crowded. Yeah, it's difficult to just, like, land on exactly which way I think they'll do it, but I'm more in line with the theory that they will just go with 3 seasons but 4 months each. That's my theory. Mr. Gold Goblin, how we doing? Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Ready for midnight? Nah, not in the slightest. No, absolutely not. Are you? Team Germany's been very busy in Classic recently. Also stressed. I can imagine. If I'd learnt the lingo, I'd have paid a lot more attention to it, but I'm one of those typical English people that speaks English and English only, even though I live in flipping Finland. Do you have a shopping list for other items that you share, like pets or mounts or something? No, because I don't use them. I only use snipe. I use the point blank sniper for decor at the moment, but actually for most stuff that I buy and flip, I don't use point blank sniper. I tend to prefer TSM sniper because it just simply scans the entire auction house. Having to build a shopping list in the first place is kind of an annoyance, but at least with Decor, it was 240 items that I knew I was going to look for every time. I was thinking of adding automated resetting on a daily or weekly basis, player choice, but I assumed people would want to reset it on Blizzard's weekly reset. Oh, clever. Yeah, you could be right there. I just tend to leave it running. It gives me a good indication to what sort of value I'm obtaining from each of these bank alts. Now, I know it's very loosey-goosey numbers, because if I don't buy anything on those realms, then the numbers look, I wouldn't say inflated, but, you know, bigger than they probably should be. Can I buy your UI so you can join the drama club? Oh, I didn't really see the drama in that drama, to be honest. I've never had a particularly fancy UI. LVUI has been updated though, the world is healing. It did shock me when LVUI came out and said that they're like, you know, they're pieced out. It did feel like a bit of a knee-jerk reaction, that one. So it's probably good that they've come back, because I must admit, of all of the different add-ons out there to do UIs, it's the one I knew of and had actually used. But I just use Blizzard's. Yeah, for the most part, it's not very good, but keeps my load times nice and quick. Which conch build is going to be good now? Well, concentration in general is a little bit of a touchy subject going into midnight. There are options for where you can spend your concentration, but it does all heavily rely on the market prices for things being strong enough. while I have put a bit of time and effort into figuring out concentration builds for some professions, I'm really not convinced that they're going to really make anybody any money outside of the first maybe 2 or 3 weeks, which is not kind of the goal of concentration, really, is it? A concentration build, in theory, is something that you set up and you pay for ahead of time, and then it pays itself back over a long tail throughout the expansion. That doesn't appear to be how it's going to work in Midnight from my perspective. I even think that the concentration stuff will be a flash in the pan, as they say, like a big boom. You know, those first 4 to 8 weeks where people are running around, you know, trying to get all of their professions to max again and optimizing everything and figuring out the best ways to do it. During that period in time, sure, there'll be corners that can be cut by using concentration on a regular, but scaling it across 50 alts and having it be a cash cow the entire expansion just doesn't feel very viable from what I've seen. Have you tried to search in CurseForge for the word better? I haven't, but I've heard a lot of people say that like 50% of add-ons are just better this, better that, better this, better that. Everybody trying to say that they're better or best than somebody else or something else is quite funny. I mean, trade skill, master. You know, it's just, I think all the add-ons do it, don't they? But yeah, the amount of add-ons turning up with the word better in is kind of ridiculous. Does anybody remember if we're allowed to farm the open world one-time knowledge points for professions on early access? Yeah, you will be able to, yeah. It's usually weekly stuff that's restricted on early access, so you probably won't get the weekly quest for a couple. Like there'll be the weekly quest for a couple of the weekly quest for doing a couple of patron orders. You probably won't get that one because it's considered a weekly. You might not even see patron orders giving. I can't remember. You got to remember that at the beginning of the War Within, patron orders were brand new. I can't quite exactly remember in what cadence they launched. But you'll be able to fly around, pick up your one-time treasures. You'll be able to get your 2 weekly treasure, like treasure knowledge point items. You'll be able to obviously earn the reputation and get your rep books. There'll be a few things you can do in early access if you really want to. I'm not convinced there's going to be that much of a rush with things, though, honestly. The fact that they've dropped from 3 quality down to 2 quality has basically taken off the rush to blast knowledge points. You blasted knowledge points at the beginning of the War Within, A, because you were either doing a shuffle, or B, because you wanted to hit that threshold of being able to guarantee quality 2 crafts. Then you could optimize your build and slowly chip away at knowledge points to get to the point where you could mass produce rank 3. But getting to rank 2 was kind of like that middle milestone. So there was lots of reasons to push, fast at the beginning of the War Within. With 2 qualities now, on so many builds, there's just really not that heavy need for loads of knowledge points. If you can optimize your crafting cost with like 30 to 50 knowledge points, just do that casually and then just chip away at getting the knowledge points as they come. Like there's no stress on that one. I need to at some point relatively soon sit down and decide what sort of spec I want all of my crafters to go into, and then I can kind of figure out what I want to do on what days and which characters and which professions are super useful for early access play and which ones can wait until the expansion launches. I'm trying desperately to get away from having to buy 5 copies of the Epic Edition so I can get all of these characters doing stuff in early access. I might just not bother, honestly. It's so much gold to get 5 copies of the Epic Edition. It doesn't seem... If I could utilize them to make 30 million gold in those few days, it would definitely be worth doing. But, like, it would also mean I'd have to also be playing the game 12 hours a day and just going ham. And I don't think I want that. The honest answer, I'm not convinced I want that. I'm far more considering spinning up a few crafting professions on my main account to then maybe distribute items and sell those items across the realms with these accounts. But I don't really know. Depends how long I want to keep this gravy train of Decor going, honestly. You're going to finish the Midnight Profession First Look series? Yeah, the YouTube season has kicked off now. YouTube season is up and running now. So we will pretty much daily, there'll be something going up on the YouTube channel from this point on. Not just in the run-up to Midnight, but hopefully thereafter the launch as well. As and when we start getting like the real information and, you know, a bit more of a true insight to what's working and what's not. It's still technically quite early to be posting this sort of stuff, but, you know, it gets the wheels moving, you know. Why has this realm got like no decor? Few realms I'm really struggling with stock on. How are the Midnight Professions comparing to the World Within? Easier, simpler, less to them. You're not having to remember so much about finishing reagents. You're not having to remember so much about like buffs. You're not having to remember so much about using a flask or something to optimize your costs. They're generally speaking a lot simpler in that regard. Frustratingly though, simpler does just mean there's less to them. Now, players who have optimized throughout the War Within and made a bunch of gold from it are going to be accustomed to what is needed to do that. It's going to make the War Within feel far more basic. But like that's probably the phrase I would use rather than simpler. They're just more basic. Which only does one thing in my opinion, which is to crush the prices even harder, even faster. Why would making it more simplistic make it also simultaneously more lucrative? That just doesn't make sense. So it has to go the other way. With them being more basic, you'll want to probably get in, make a bunch of gold, and then cash out pretty quick, I'd imagine. I certainly don't think I'll be focused too much on playing heavily with the professions much outside Season 1. Is recrafting still not a thing? Asking for blacksmithing? No, recrafting is a thing. It is a thing. It's turned up again. It's a thing. That was very early alpha speculation that it was being removed. Whoa, we sold literally all but one piece of decor on this realm. Okay. Oh, I really need this caffeine to kick in this morning. I'm not even going to push hard, just gather the weekly knowledge points. Midnight isn't exciting me at all. There isn't, like I said, the frustration for me more so than anything else is that the professions are just more basic now. And they're not simpler in areas where I think they could do with some simplification. They're just more basic because they've just not they've just carved sections out, which will only hinder the length of the enjoyment with them. It will still be really fun. Don't get me wrong. Like I don't mean to be downing on this. I don't mean to be sort of Mr. Negative on this. It will still be really fun for the first season. But if you want to look at the expansion as a whole, I don't think the professions are going to hold much value for very long. It feels like it's going to be a farming expansion, an expansion where those who keep up to date with their farmers will probably do the best. Which is kind of what Blizzard wants in a way, isn't it? Because farming is a direct trading of your time, which equals engagement. People who sort of optimize people who go out of their way to optimize the crafting professions are usually doing it as a way to spend less time gold making but achieve similar results or maybe even better results than farming. I still remember to this day one of my most controversially titled videos was back in Shadowlands, where I think I think the video was titled something along the lines of 25,000 gold an hour all day. So I can't remember what it was, but it was basically me saying that I made a shitload of gold from legendaries across the entire expansion, and when I did the maths on it, it was like I made 25,000 gold an hour every hour for the entire expansion, and people lost their absolute fucking minds in the comment section on that one. But it was but that was kind of the theory with crafting. People wanted to scale up and optimize crafting so that they only had to spend a few hours a day like acquiring materials, crafting stuff, and then posting it, in order to take that step back and go play the rest of the game, or scary thought as it may be, even play other games. Farming is I've always said that farming is literally earning gold. You're earning a gold wage when you're farming. Now that's absolutely fine if you enjoy doing it and it gives you enough gold that you're content and happy with. But it has the one very strong negative for me, that you don't get a pay rise for being better. You get a pay cut because competition gets higher. And the second you stop working, you also stop getting paid. Whereas crafting can be one of those things that you build up an inventory of stuff. There are things like transmog farming that sort of, sit in both camps, but you can do a bunch of transmog farming for 12 hours a day for a month and then sit back and comfortably get a nice little drip feed of gold from there on out. But say, your more average herbalism and mining stuff, the second you stop doing it, the second you stop getting paid. Where's all your gold hiding with 16 million in your war bank? That is all my gold. I don't have hundreds of millions of gold. I never really have. The highest amount of gold I ever had was 113 million. Then I spent the best part of Dragonflight spending it like an absolute moron. while simultaneously not really enjoying the goal making aspect of Dragonflight all that much. So I am nowhere near as rich as what I kind of weirdly think people think I must be. Just because I play the game from a goal making perspective a lot. I make a reasonable amount, but I'm also pretty damn good at spending it. That's the problem. And I enjoy the journey. I enjoy figuring out what the goal making stuff is. Then once it gets repetitive, I drop it like a hot potato, like real fast. There are two things I absolutely categorically know I should be doing right now. I should be farming Mechanica still, and I should be running Nax still on every single one of these characters every single week. That's two activities that I absolutely should still be doing because they're incredibly lucrative to do when you've got a setup like I have. But I've done them both a whole bunch, and I just don't find it's enjoyable. So at the moment, I'm finding the journey of figuring out and optimizing and buying and selling and flipping Decor very, very enjoyable. So hence I'm doing it a lot. Who's got this green dinosaur in the way? Can you move over, fella? You ain't got a mailbox. You ain't got no mailbox, mate. Losing 100 mil in 3 years, what is that per hour? See, the thing is, Woo's just made a really good point. And it's my overall net worth, if you were to calculate it like, you know, rich billionaires calculate it, my net worth has never been higher. If you took the inventory value of every single one of my characters and across all of my auction houses, and you know all of the pets and the mounts and the transmog and the recipes and the toys and the, you know, if I just liquidated everything, absolutely liquidated everything, and if it was possible to do, I appreciate this isn't even really possible to do, but if I was to completely liquidate everything, I would probably have like way more gold than I've ever had. But that just doesn't happen, you know? It's just not a thing. I haven't heard of Nax for Mog. For the old tier set, what the goal making opportunity there's the Lamented Crusader pieces. It's relatively low gold per hour if you're doing it on a single account, though. That's the problem. It's basically something that you have to do multi-boxed for it to be worth doing. That said, I've not looked at the value of these Lamented Crusader pieces for quite some time. It could have all changed. My maths in my head was them being, you know, around 100k a piece, but they could very easily be much more than that now. I don't even know. Hang on, I'm at an auction house. Typical, I'm on an auction house that doesn't have any for sale. That, if nothing else, shows there's an opportunity there, doesn't it? Lamented 2Ms or 1M? Lamented. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, you should still be doing Nax, by the way, if you have a multi-account setup. Region median value of 400k for these. That's okay. Whoever's aggressively trying to control this market, I apologize for bringing more eyeballs on your market here, but it's yeah, it's okay, it's clearly still a thing. Start my goal-making journey by making verse vials in Dragonflight. Made bank by optimizing the guaranteed restart routes. The best, you know, the ways that people make the most gold historically is they find a niche that isn't really being spoke about that publicly. I mean, that's very much easier said than done. Oh, my TSM ledger doesn't work, by the way. My TSM ledger doesn't work because it counts items in guild banks multiple times and has no idea. Like, yeah, my TSM ledger doesn't work. Not for me. If you had everything going on one account, you can kind of control it, but TSM ledger's just wildly broken for me. I think the easiest way for me to maybe possibly get a rough idea of like a total net worth, even though this number doesn't really mean anything because you still have to sell the things, would be to take my before I do a post scan, just look at the the bag inventory quantity value and just add that up on all of my 80 realms. That's probably a rough ballpark number. But still only very rough. And if I was to assume let's assume I've got an average of 1 million gold worth of stuff on every realm. You know, that's easily 80 million. You to actually just, you know, focus on selling it. That's very napkin math numbers, I don't even know. Right, only 2 realms left. Nishan's Shadowlands was the blue crafted items, mainly necks and rings. Started too late to do legendaries, had no bankroll to start. The the Crafter's Mark system was a good one throughout most of Shadowlands. If you didn't want the hustle and the bustle of the legendaries, it also worked very well. There was periods where I was trying to juggle both, but the time and the effort that it took to optimize the legendary path, I often didn't do the Crafter's Mark system for very long. But unlocking the new Crafter's Mark recipes was usually part and parcel of getting the new legendary recipe as well, so I kind of did a bit of both, but legendaries was my main focus back then. And, you know, in hindsight, that was the right decision at the time. Oh no, how did I do that? Hanging paper lanterns. Don't see these all that frequently. Going cheap. We'll have a few of those. I don't really want any more rugs. Put them in the bank for a rainy day. Be quick about this last realm and see if we can get a rough number for these realms today. If I can keep to the 1,000,000 gold a day average, I'm a happy goblin. Which requires me to sell an average of about 15,000 gold a realm. I think. Yeah, 12,500 gold a realm would do it. I don't really want any more elk plushies, but as weird as it sounds, I still flip these without any effort whatsoever. Oh, I don't want 62 of the fucking things. You can get bent. I can flip them easy business, but I don't want to stack up on 62 of them. Lost your mind there, game. There was a weird amount of botting going on with things like the crafters marks though back in Shadowlands. Although, whilst some of it was categorically proven to yes, definitely be bots, there was also a weird amount of it that was just people playing the auction house smart. And this was back in the day where, like, way before the warband system, way before cross realm flipping was a thing. You would just literally have people that had 10 characters on 10 different realms. They would get one of the recipe, you know, they'd get the crafter's mark recipe on all 10 of those characters, and they'd just cycle through the 10 realms doing a cancel scan every like 5 minutes. You saw quite a lot of that going on, which gave the illusion to other people that there was something fishy going on, but okay, this is where the problem's going to lie, isn't it? That I've got half of yesterday's data getting in the way because I've taken too long to do this. I've taken over an hour to loot the mailboxes, which is the problem. It started an hour and 26 minutes ago. Okay, well, let's just see if we're keeping our average. We can do the weekly number. We do the weekly number. We can see if we're keeping to our average. 3941568 2174 752 2102 418 and 1424 647. Boom! Still keep into the weekly. That's nearly a gold cap in a week. I'll take gold cap in a worth of sales in a week. Obviously, I'm not looking at my expenses particularly heavily here. As at the moment, my expenses, I expect my expenses to be higher. I've just bought 2 extra copies of Midnight, which is €100 of Blizzard balance, or like 3.5 million gold or something. So I'm not going to have been making gold, but yeah, still nearly a gold cap of sales in a week. Even at this point, what we like 2 months into it. If we, like I said, if we can keep the million gold a day average, I'm a happy man. Happy. Whilst also simultaneously keeping a good amount of stock is going to be important. I need to manage the stock, but I don't think I can be bothered to do that today. Is this profit? No, that's just straight revenue. Obviously, I'm buying most of my decor, but I'm also only selling it for like, I think my minimum list price is about 35% profit. Now, of course, I sell, that's my minimum price. A lot of what I sell isn't being sold at the minimum, so I would go as far as to say it's probably 50 to maybe 60% profit. So that's a good sort of 5 million from last week in profit, I would guess. Right, the question is now, what do we do? We've got the options. We either jump on the beta, and have a poke around with some stuff, or is there anything I actually need to do in retail right now? Is there anything that actually legitimately needs to be done in retail that would be worth looking at? Pre-patch event kicks off tomorrow, doesn't it? Pre-patch event kicking off tomorrow. Probably me. Wait, these are in the wrong order. Pre-patch event kicking off tomorrow. We'll have a poke around with. Are there any characters that I want to try and get leveled in this pre-patch event? Is there anything I need to do for the pre-patch event tomorrow? Maybe. Let's have a look. Soon you'll be giving me 500k when I win the giveaway in the 24/7 channel. Oh, true. I need to account for that gold as well, don't I? How's the endeavors looking in the? How are the endeavors going in the neighborhood? By the way, people been chipping away at them. I haven't decided if I'm going 5 epic editions. I might not bother with epic editions on the 4 bonus accounts. It's just so much gold for 3 days. So much gold for 3 days. What is it? It's a 40 bucks, €40 premium for each one. So it's €160, which divide that by 13 is 12 tokens. 13 tokens to actually do it. 13 tokens even by 400,000 right now. If you can get them for 400,000, still 5 million gold just for 5 million gold for 3 days of early access on the other accounts, which means I would have to make in excess of 5 million gold to even break even. And that is assuming I get the tokens to cover it all at 400k. It just seems like an awful lot of gold. And I have to spend 5 million gold, and then I have to have the stress of that I would probably want to make 10 million gold in those first few days for it to feel worth doing. And then that puts a lot of stress on early access that's going to take away from my ability to feel chill and just level a few characters. I'm actually more likely to probably just not do it so I don't have that extra weight on my shoulders of trying to make it worth. Endeavors have been pretty good for us. I'm in Mets Guild and we are way past the milestone 2 already. I mean, that's good effort. That's good effort. I don't even know if we've unlocked first one. We've just unlocked the first one, which is nice. I should probably chip in a little bit heavier, but how many of the tokens have we got? 165 community coupons. I should probably go spend those, and I should probably be a good neighborhood contributor, being the guild leader and all. Did you see the post on Reddit that people are flying into the new zone and mining or herbing before they get kicked out of the zone? Yeah, this happens every time. People always figure out ways to get the new materials before they should do. In the grand scheme of things, it's not going to make a big deal. If it becomes a big problem, they get banned. Blizzard can easily just delete all of those materials if they really wanted to. Or make those, or it'd be a pain in the ass for Blizzard to do it, but there are many ways in which they could make sure it's not a big deal. They could depreciate those items and add new variants of them when the game actually goes live, for example, which would make them all grey and worthless to people. There's loads of things they could do. I wouldn't worry about it, and I'm certainly not going to promote it on stream. But no, I agree with you. It'd be, people who are clearly exploiting should be banned. It's not even a question. No doggo. The cam was just pointed in the wrong direction. I'll give you a full screen cam because you missed them. They're all there. They're all chilling. They've finally decided it's all sleep times. So where are these Decor vendors then? Where is the... Oh, they are definitely living their best. Oh my god, the lag. I think I need to be very careful here. I think I've got all of my 5 accounts on maximum settings. That's probably not very healthy while I stream. Chat, let me know if we F or if we start dropping frames. Right, so Mechagon vendor. It's you we can buy stuff from now. I don't know how much we need to, but I should probably just start by buying 1 of everything, right? You know what I don't have? I don't have the collection add-on for this. I don't have ATT going bananas at me. I turned ATT off. The reason I turned it off was that going into midnight, I quite simply don't want it on. Hold up, how did you zoom that? Control mouse wheel. I'm using an add-on called Blizz Move. I think, which allows you to move the windows in the first place, and then you can hold control and mouse wheel on it to resize it. And it works with most windows. Decor. We need to skill up then to get the rest of them. Quick question. Is there access to these decor vendors outside of having the Endeavour active? For example, my theory here is, cool, I buy one of everything for the purpose of just having one of everything. But what happens if when I actually want to start tinkering with my house and make it use some of these? What happens if I want to buy more of these at a later date? Do I have to then wait? Or is there so yeah, there's so many weird aspects of this system that I don't understand. We need to get to the second milestone though to unlock the other things. You can go on a different guilds vendor. So you're incentivized to hop around different neighborhoods in order to... Okay, I see. That sort of makes sense. So what were we tracking? Being a good neighbor. I should probably do the stuff in and around... Should probably do the stuff in and around the neighborhood until it's at least pushed down to like the minimum numbers. 50, oh, okay, I get 20, 25, 25, and 75. Give me the chickens. Give me all them chickens. Oh, I know what we could do today. We could do a restock on Decor. I was kind of half planning on doing this for the purpose of a video, as it gives me an opportunity to talk about how you use TSM to restock. Yeah, there was part of me that was thinking about doing that. I can't find that add-on that you were talking about. Blizz Move, I think, is the add-on. Let me just double check. Yeah, Blizz Move. Blizz Move will let you just move all of the windows about and resize them. And it, to my understanding, is a very, very lightweight add-on. It's not going to really do anything. Your load times or anything. Let me just figure out... Let me just quickly look how much lumber I've got in the wall bank and see if I've actually got enough lumber to do like a proper restock. I have some lumber. I don't have quite a lot of lumber from quite a lot of places. I don't have any Arden lumber. I don't have any Shadow Moon lumber. I don't really have any Ashwood lumber. I have a little bit of the others. Okay. Well, there's still, I think... Still think there's value in maybe doing a little bit of a restock of that then. So, the way I do this, now this may or may not be the same for everybody. In fact, I'm going to go to main city to do this. Will be easier. Even though we have long boys and stuff, it's still easier. No, where's... I'll go Dornagle. Oh, not that portal. You see how my brain is in midnight mode. My brain has been in midnight mode. This always happens when I try and, you know, at this point in the expansion. I was desperately trying to go to flipping Silver Moon City then. I was like, no, that's not the right expansion yet, is it? Where the flipping hell is me? Dornogle's moved over here. Do you guys call... I know that we're at the end of the expansion, but I've always called it Dornogle. Who says Dornagle and who says Dornogle? Okay, lots of lots of Dornogles, not so many Dornagles. I mean that may or may not be influenced by me saying it, but Dornogle. Okay. Dornagle. Okay. Maybe I've just said it wrong the entire expansion then. Quite probable. Very likely. Right, okay. Let's do a restock then. Now, obviously, when you restock Decor, you've actually got two ways you could do it, depending on which professions you have and what lumber you farm. You can either, and this is how, this basically depends on how you set up your TSM groups. I have all of the recipes from every one of the professions. So I just kind of like spaghetti at the wall style it. But what you could do, hang on, have I even got the right TSM profile active? That's probably the first thing to do, isn't it? Make sure you got the right TSM profile. So you can either choose to group your decor stuff up by the profession itself or the lumber type. And this will depend what setup you have, right? I have absolutely everything, so I could do either. But let's say you go out and you farm just a whole bunch of one single lumber. You could then make sure that you have your TSM groups categorized by that lumber rather than the profession. But for me, because I have all of the recipes already, what I prefer to do is just come in on my jewel crafter and leatherworker and select the jewel crafting and the leatherworking lumber decor recipes and just hit restock. Now we've got ourselves a big old list of what we could potentially craft. Now, if you have a bunch of materials already, you can probably start banging these out, but most people are going to need to then go and acquire a bunch of materials. So this is where you can use the gathering function in TSM. It will, by default, select the crafter that you're on. Can we make this... Okay, me Blizz move trick doesn't work on this add-on. You'll have to squint. But by default, it'll set up your character and your professions. And the sources on the side is where you want Trade Skill Master to tell you to go get those materials from. I'm super lazy. I'm super duper lazy, which basically means I'll pull things from the guild bank if they're there. I'll craft them if they're profitable. But basically, I just want to buy all of my shit from the auction house. I don't care about picking it all up from alts if they've got it in their bags or anything like that, because that requires a huge amount of like logging in, logging out, logging in, logging out, going to that character. It's too much like hard work. I'm lazy, meaning I'd much rather just go to the auction house and buy all of the materials. If I've already got those materials on another character, it's probably because they need them. So I try not to pilfer from all of my alts. But you can put different sources in here, like take those materials from your alts. I don't even bother buying materials from vendors, by the way. I am that lazy. I buy vendor materials from the auction house. That is how lazy I am. Your mileage may vary with this, but the most amount of work I'm willing to do is I'll go get the mats at the guild bank if they're there. Other than that, I'm going to buy them on the auction house. But once you've chosen what your level of laziness is, yeah, even turning off crafting profitable is a stage that you could very easily also do. When you've defined your level of laziness, you can hit open task list. Now what you'll get is a big old juicy list of everything that you need to go and get, and it will break it down by where you need to get it from. So this is actually telling me to craft a bunch of stuff with leatherworking. It's more profitable to craft these rather than to just buy these off the auction house, which is why it's suggesting me do that. And what TSM is clever enough is it will add the materials needed to craft these into my shopping list. So you don't need to worry about that. It kind of does it automatically. But the first thing you're going to want to do in most cases is go to the auction house, which, convenient long boy. Yoink, convenient long boy. You are going to have to use the TSM interface for this to work, but you go to Browse, and once you go to Browse, you'll notice that the button next to the auction house lights up, and it gives you the ability to scan all. Click the button. Click the button and let it do its thing. Give it a minute to do the scan. This, very similar to like Auctionator, for example, is just TSM's equivalent. Imagine if there was some kind of shared inventory for the whole account, so one alt could put everything in that storage and any character could access them freely. Yes, obviously, if you use your wallbank for storage of materials, which if you're doing this at scale and you're doing this regularly, yes, put your materials in the wallbank. That's a very good suggestion. Then you don't even need to go and get them. You can just craft straight from them. Once the scan's complete, you can basically click on an item, click buy out. It will automatically assign the quantity that you need, and you can just browse your eyes over to make sure you're not getting baited into buying something stupid expensive. TSM will warn you if you're doing that, but you simply from that point on just work your way through the material list and buy whatever it is you need. When you scan a big old shopping list, it does have the tendency to bug out. And also, as we know, with the speed of the region-wide auction house, by the time you go to buy something, the prices might have slightly changed. So sometimes it's worth doing like a second scan if your shopping list is really big. But let's quickly try and buy through some of these. And I would imagine my Goblin Toolbox is probably also tracking how much this is costing us as well. Or it might do when we open the mailbox at least. Oh no, it seems to be updating on the fly, which is kind of cool. What you obviously want to pay attention to is that you don't end up spending too much gold on the materials that are massively overpriced right now. This is the nice thing about TSM shopping, is that when you get used to the data that TSM shows you, it can really help you to not accidentally overspend on materials. Now, of course, if you don't buy the materials, you then can't craft the thing, but yeah. Aha. This is where, for example, stuff sometimes goes horribly wrong. If TSM encounters an error, don't ignore it. Do reload your UI. As frustrating as it can be, continuing whilst ignoring the error can really cause havoc with the amount of materials and stuff it tells you to buy. give this a second. If you keep your add-ons to a minimum, of course your load times shouldn't be too tragic either, but even with my add-on purge, my reload time is still slower than I would like it to be. I think my client could have even crashed here, you know. There's a Blizzard announcement that the 3 dungeons in the Mythic Plus for Midnight Season 1 are currently closed, annoying when the bosses are the only source of a certain item. Crates. Oh, okay. Oh, the Decor stuff. You needed more. I've not gone around and farmed any Decor particularly just yet. I genuinely think my client's just like dead as a dodo crashed. Oh dear. Maybe we should probably take some weight off, and we're not using these accounts right now. Oh, it came back to life, look. Let me log these out. They're not doing anything. Give me back the system resources, please. Full screen this one now. Right. Because it had a bit of a mini heart attack, let's open everything we already bought. You'll see the list changing in the background. Alright, let's go back and try again. Do another search. Scan all. Reload time has a direct connection with the amount of add-ons and how many updates your client receives. So if you reinstall the game every few patches, it can load pretty fast. Oh, yeah. Add-ons will absolutely, definitely nuke your load times. That's very well understood. Purging your add-ons. If you for science, at some point, turn all of your add-ons off and then do /reload and see how goddamn fast it actually is. It's bananas. Now, for most people, that doesn't really matter because they log into a character and they might stay logged in literally all day. But when you're doing crafting stuff, or you're doing auction house flipping, your log in and log out times really do add up over the course of a day. Yeah, see? Here, we're just buying vendor mats. I'm so outrageously lazy. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I could try and remember where all of the vendors are that sell the different materials and go and visit them and buy them, but like, fuck it, just buy them off the auction house. Convenience tax. Convenience tax. Right, we're starting to buy materials now that are a little bit above what TSM believes is the, like, material price for these items. So you need to start paying attention, especially when you're getting, like, paying twice the price for the materials, that you're not chipping into your profit margins too aggressively doing this. Sometimes I will just not buy the materials that are expensive. But if there's enough profit in what you're crafting, you can ignore that. See, in Eternal Air, for example, they're 69 giggity gold a piece right now, whereas the map price for these, it seems to believe, is only 58 gold. It's probably taken that 58 gold. Why is it taken 58 gold? Oh, it's probably because you can actually exchange these. There's a conversion for External Air, isn't it? I think you can buy them for about 50 gold a piece, usually. TSM knows some clever shit. This is why, back in the day, it was the absolute goated add-on for this. It's only seeing a little bit more use these days because Decor is dealing with a lot of old expansion stuff. But quickly buy up a bunch of materials. I might do. Let's just quickly. Yoink. Right. Open mailbox. We'll have a few intermediates to craft. But the gathering part of TSM, the TSM task list, will tell you what you need to do for that as well. We've got a few leatherworking crafts we need to do. So you click the open button, it opens leatherworking. And make sure you got the crafting tab open. And it's thinking. Still thinking. There we go. Then you just bang craft and it will do it. You see now it's doing the heavy savage leather crafts. When will the Goblin Guide for Midnight be out? It's still soon TM. There's a couple of modules in it that I want to get properly finished before I let people dive through it. But yeah, soon. If you update your TSM profile, do you need to export it and import it to all the other WoW clients? Yes, you do. Missing reagent, moss wool thread. All right, it's done a boo-boo somewhere. That's probably because we crashed at some point. Thinking. Thinking. This is the thing that frustrates me about TSM, is that it's fantastic when it works, but still claiming it's missing moss wool thread. That's okay. That's an indication that that's just a lie. Why is it saying that it's missing that when it's clearly not? Carapace. Backed hide. Why is it not able to craft these? It's not missing the moss wool thread at all. It's missing the sunless carapace. That's what it's actually missing. Yeah, this is a good example of the TSM probably believes we've got some of these somewhere. That's why. Its inventory database probably believes we've got some somewhere. I don't know how many I need. Oh, you might be right, actually. It might be that I need to be near the bench. There's quite a few things with the more recent expansions where TSM falls down flat on its face. Yeah, now requires the leatherworking bench, you're right, yeah. This is a real good reason to why even skipping crafting the intermediates might not be a terrible idea for you if you're actually doing this on scale. Because all of this busy work is just not really worth your time relative to the saving that could be being made. Legion special benches are annoying. Yes. Yes. What was it? Yeah, it all seems to be not doing what I'd expect it to. At the moment. Good showcase of that even when you know what you're doing, it can be a little bit finicky. Okay, let's do the Jawcraft ones. TSM, I'm trying really hard to shine a good light on you here, but you're not making it easy for me. Why is it claiming it's busy? There's no reason it should be claiming it's busy. Come on, TSM, don't be a dick. Oh wait, I've just realised somebody was like, is it Monday? And I just realised what they're referencing now. People need to be more direct. Need to scream at me. Manthe, your stupid stream title says it's Monday, mate. That's the kind of the communication I need. Requires forge. Oh, for flip's sake. Yeah. For reference, don't waste your time doing the intermediate crafts unless you really have to. It does mean, though, that there's a very strong possibility that these intermediate and even these farming up these basic materials, there's probably huge gold in this even right now. Because, you know, convenience tax. Right, you're going to work properly now. No. No is the answer. It's not going to work flipping properly, is it? Do it this way. Carapace-backed hides. It's not going to craft them because I don't have the thunderous hide. Right. I wonder, is it possible to reset that? On my first decor item now. Oh, the first of many. First of many. We're just going to do that. We're going to get rid of this crafting intermediate rubbish. Far too much like hard work. Far too much like hard work. You'll learn as well if you do this a bunch what materials you know, end up buying on the regular. And if your goblin brain is in overdrive, you'll start to think about, well, maybe I could go farm those and sell them to everybody else that's also buying them a bunch. I'd love to know how TSM expects you to buy lumber from the auction house. The gathering list, it just doesn't know what to do with it, but it's yeah, it's a good indication that it at the very least it shows you what lumber you should probably go out and get. So yes, I am going to be missing lumber for crafting a bunch of these. Now, what that does mean is I've actually bought materials to craft these items, even though I don't have the lumber for them yet. This is where any materials you acquire now in preparation, you should probably put them in your bank, or better still, your war bank, so that you'll just have them ready for when you do actually then go to need them. But once you've gathered all your materials in one place, it's just a simple case of craft everything. Open your window and keep hitting craft next until there's nothing left. Right, it's not crafting these last ones because we're out. We don't have enough lumber for those, which is fine. Let's flip over to Jawn crafting. Craft the JC ones. Now, for me, all I'm going to do is take all of these decor items and throw them in the war bank. I'll throw them in the war bank and they'll naturally get distributed across the realms that I sell on. I treat all of my decor as if I've bought it. That way I don't have to muck about with trying to figure out crafting costs and that sort of shenanigans. Fun fact, Trade Skill Master will by default put the most profitable crafts higher up in your crafting list. So it sort of semi-optimizes the use of your lumber in the first place. It will craft the most profitable things first, and if you run out of lumber, then, you know, go farm some more. One thing I would also recommend doing is if you're crafting with TSM to make this process, in theory, easier. Go away. I would recommend, once you've finished, clearing the list. Otherwise, TSM has a bad habit of making your game quite laggy, because it will continuously rescan your inventory to see if you've got enough materials to craft something. You're probably best off clearing the list. I mean, you might want to jot down the lumber that you're missing to craft the rest of the items, so that you know what to go out and get, but clear your list after. Let's go put all of this in the war bank.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
But decor, move to war bank. Some of those appear to be showing a negative crafting profit. Yeah, that'll be because they're items that doesn't give you a favourable return on your lumber. That's not to say that they're not profitable. It's more to say that you can do better by crafting the other things. And what I'm now going to do is put all of the materials in my bank. Boom, there we go.
Return and peruse my inventory.
And then this dude is done. Log on to the next dude with the next set of professions. Do it again. Now, if you've got all the professions, you'll probably have 4 characters that you'll do this on. How many slots does a full warband bank have? It's 96 slots per tab, is it not? Times 5, so a little under 500, I think. I might be wrong. Is it 96 per tab? I can't remember. Right, blacksmithing. Let it load. Your TSM shouldn't take this long to load every time, by the way. It's only taking ages for me because I don't actually use the TSM crafting window all that often. But now we can restock blacksmithing and enchanting. Go. Repeat the process again. Gathering. Grab stuff from the guild if needs be, otherwise we buy it from the auction house. And if it's not available on the auction house, we will craft it. Even if it's unprofitable, but it'll be on the auction house. That's just a catch-all. Right, what are we buying then? Sorcerer's Fire is very cheap. Finished. Right, let's go. You'll see here as well on the side, Goblin Toolbox is keeping track of what I'm spending. Very nice. Thorium bars, these are going to get pretty spicy pretty quickly. Arcanite bars, also pretty spicy pretty quickly. Meat? Why the fucking hell am I buying meat? I thought we were doing enchanting and blacksmithing. Why the Christ does it need meat? Hardened adamantite bars, they're not particularly cheap at the moment. I'm definitely going to need to do more lumber farming though, I know that for a fact. Titan steel bars? How many of these do we need? 18 Titan steel bars? Shit the bed. That's an expensive piece of decor. Hello? This is this is where you've got to be careful you don't buy shit you shouldn't do. Why is a Dragon Isles gem being listed at 10,000 gold apiece? We won't be buying that one. This is why you don't use things like scroll wheel macros to do this, because otherwise you get screwed over. You can, just because you can afford something doesn't mean it's a good idea. What was the famous Zlatan Ibrahimovic quote when he was told that rich people don't buy from IKEA? He responds, "No, but smart people do." You've spent more on worse. That is also very true. Right, we did spend 50k there, by the way. So even without buying that stupid gem, we did spend 50k to craft all of this stuff. It is the do-do-do song, yeah. Wait, hold up. Hold up. Are we still not... Why is it not saying that we can craft any of these? Why is TSM being silly? Have I run out of inventory space or something? What's going on here? Did I not buy it, or did I not take it all from the mailbox? Wait, what? Why is it having an heart attack? Why is it going stupid on me? Did I not scan everything the first time? Maybe I didn't. Maybe the list was too long. It's asking me to buy that flipping gem again. Yeah, if in doubt, do a reload. If I end up with some spare mats, I don't care. Use them next time. There we go. 50 silver for a gem. That sounds better. Right. Try that again, shall we? We're having a party? Apparently so. This is I can never not hear this and think about Blade. The vampire party. The vampire rave. You fly into a tree or get caught in a branch, your character just locks up and falls to the ground. How did they mess up flying so bad? Yeah, I don't know how they've... I don't know what they've done to fuck up the coding. They've definitely ruined something. I might have to go do some. After we've done this, it might not be a terrible idea to go and gather up some lumber that we're missing. Have you heard also in PvP, if you get stunned whilst jumping, it basically instantly disconnects you, by the way. They've really fucked something up with the netcoding. Not that I do much PvP, but obviously I get to see reports from other creators. Some relatively prominent PvP creators have been like, PvP is literally unplayable right now.
My directive is
Which is always fun. Always fun. Right, put Decor in Warbank. That will just get distributed out next time I do a ting, and then all the materials, we'll just deposit all the materials in the bank. Why do I have all... Ha! Okay, we should probably get rid of these. Don't need bank bags anymore.
My thanks for your patronage.
Right, as you can see, when you ignore the flipping crafting of intermediates, the whole process is much quicker and much easier. Let's also clear that list though, so it doesn't cause craziness on our next character. And let's log out and do the same thing again. You're playing a smashing old school playlist. I started this at the beginning of the stream. This is Dave Pearce's trance anthems from 2008. I needed a bit of a pick-me-up music today because I'm tired. I'm obviously aware that wub wub tunes is not to everybody's liking, but you can lurk on the YouTube side of things if you want to ignore the music. Makes me feel young. I stumbled across my old iTunes library from about 15, 20 years ago. A few weeks ago. And flipping out, the eclectic choice of music in that thing was outrageous. Right, same again. Restart groups. Inscription tailoring. Bish bash bosh. Gathering. We can speedrun this now. Guildbank auction house. Yeah. Good. Items added to task list. Good. Excellent stuff. Browse. Scan all. Go. Talking about Zlatan, his son is now playing at Ajax. Oh, really? I've always wondered this about, like, professional athletes. You see this relatively frequently, don't you? That there is generational athletes. And that, to me, leads me to the theory that it's, you know, being good at sport or something isn't just genetics. I mean, it's partly genetics. But it's also the simple process of that, you know, if you do something for 10,000 hours, hey presto, you get pretty damn good at it. Meaning that most skills in life could, in theory, be fully learnt, which I've always thought is quite cool. But yeah, if anybody is looking for something to go out and farm right now, literally anything you see me purchasing at the moment off the auction house is something that is in demand significantly enough that it's worth going out and farming it. Flipping demon steel bars are a big one, by the way. If you can be asked to go and craft these flipping things, They cost 29 gold a piece to craft. They're selling for 39 gold each right now. That's a 10 gold profit on a flipping Legion bar. Just because I'm far too flipping lazy to go over to the Forge in Legion and craft them myself. Now, if I'm buying 44 of them, you can bet your ass there are many other people doing the same. Right, let's see if we can quickly buy all of this without getting scammed. That Strazen Mark scares me. How much is one of those puppies? I'm pretty sure I got one of these somewhere. Oh, I have. I've got one on another character, stupidly, for some reason. Oh well, whatever. How many do I need? One. I've bought enough. I might want to do another scan in a second here. When you have a parent in the business, it'll make it easier to get there with connections and a name, but it can work against you, like people suspect you to be good or better. True. Yeah. Yeah, being the child of a successful parent, if you do plan to follow in the footsteps, there is also a lot of weight on your shoulders, sure, but it shows it, you know, you can get to the top through both genetics and hard work. Why is that failed? Johan Cruyff and Jordi Cruyff. Yeah, I mean that's an extreme example, isn't it? Where, you know, one of the best players that's ever existed. You know, how are you ever actually going to live up to that? Right? You're just not, are you? You're just not. The theory that you'll live up to that is bananas. I actually think, I don't know if this is by design or not, but I think TSM seems to have limited the amount of things it will search for in one go. I wonder if that's to prevent decay of data when buying all of this stuff. With knowing just how quick the region-wide auction house works these days. I mean, Max is clearly doing the family name some good, isn't he? Well, in some ways at least. Flipping Corian bars again, man. I bet there's so much you could be crafting with the old professions right now that it's just cash money. Because people like me are too lazy to make it themselves. Right, what we spent then? 41,000 gold on all of that. Now, the problem I'm going to have here is I'm not actually going to have anywhere near enough lumber to craft all of this stuff, am I? So my incentive is to go and get off my ass and go farm some more lumber in a minute. Oh, I'm missing Arden lumber on that one. I'm pretty surprised that we haven't come across any Blizzard AI slop in WoW yet. Or have I missed any? I don't know. I don't keep my eyes open for it, honestly. Dragonflight writing may have actually been better if AI was used. Oof, burn. Funny because it's true. I've said, I mean, I've tried to give Blizzard credit where credit's due over the years. I tend to still believe that Blizzard has the ability to write a good story. I am just convinced they are dog shit at telling stories. That if they actually stopped trying to gamify the storyline, they'd probably do much better. How do we farm Expulsum these days? Because scrapping didn't really seem to work. Oh, is it something that they've just busted in pre-patch? Have you, like, literally tried in the last few days? Because, yeah, you farm... You know, it's cloth braces all the way. Right. This was a much quicker process. In less than 10 minutes, we've logged onto this character, bought all the materials we need, and crafted everything. Which is, like, you know, is not going to add humongous amounts of time or effort to your lumber farming adventure. Means you can get back out and farm some lumber nice and fast. Far too much stuff we couldn't craft, even though we should, though. Meaning we could definitely do with Arden lumber, seems to have come up on our list a few times. That's lumber that we are clearly short of. We do the same though. Let's put the Decor in the Warbank.
I have an extended supply of goods for Outland.
Decor, move to Warbank. Oh yeah, our lumber supply is looking very weak source right now. And let's do character deposit materials.
My directive has been fulfilled.
That dude is done. There might not be too much value trying to do the engineer and the alchemist. I don't think I've got enough lumber left. Have a look. See how much lumber it's going to claim that we're missing. Lumber's most valuable to farm right now. Any but the War Within lumber. Literally any of them. Doesn't make a difference. I mean, they're all pretty much in the same sort of ballpark. The War Within lumber is the least valuable because it's very clear that the most people are doing it. But outside of that, pretty much any of the old expansion lumbers are worth roughly the same. Let's do another restock groups. Oh, we've got the wrong profile on this. Switch to the Decor profile. Yep. Do alchemy and engineering. Gathering. Okay, where's the lumber on this? 119 ash. Okay, yeah, we are missing a lot of lumber. Alright. We'll buy some mats now, and then it means we'll have them if we actually go and get the lumber. Almost front loading the buying of mats. Because once they're in the bag, they're in the bags. And I think we might have to go farm some lumber in a minute, though. Ashwood seems like a candidate, because that was popping up a lot, wasn't it? Ashwood lumber's cataclysm, isn't it? So does that mean Oldham? Or are we about to see a bit of a crash and burn in Ashwood due to the fact the pre-patch events in Twilight Highlands? I'm not sure. Either way, we should have some of it. Regardless to what's gonna happen. Orion bars again, man. Flipping out. Buying those on every single character. 12 Arcanite bars, oh my god. Getting expensive again. What happened with the Oldham lumber? I don't find any of it. A few people have said that for some reason Oldham is not working correctly. It could be a phase thing. It could just be broke. This is one of those welcome to pre-patch things. But you're not the first person to say Oldham feels wrong. Awakened Order is still selling for 200 gold plus. Flipping hell. That's more than what it was selling for in Dragonflight. Dark iron bars, because nobody can be bothered to go and smelt them up either. Titanium bars at nearly 300 gold a piece still. Oh my god, there's so much gold to be made in these old materials. Humongous amounts of gold to be made farming these old materials right now. Trillium bars, 155 gold a piece. Holy. I probably shouldn't have bought those Black Lotus, but let's hope we use them. Oof, this is going to be an expensive restock, and I'm mighty concerned I don't have anywhere near enough lumber to actually craft these. Means we need to get our farm on. Oh, now it's crashed. Before it dies a death properly. Properly die, doesn't it? Okay, there's a bunch of mats. Let's try again to get the rest of them. I hope the folks that put some midnight items on the auction house gets banned. I mean, yeah, they're clearly exploiting, aren't they? I don't think it takes a rocket scientist to figure out that they're deliberately trying to cheat the system there. I wonder if it was doing its search by profession. It looks like it might have been. Oh no, I'm making minus 870,000 gold an hour. Whoops. I'm going to feel real bad when I'm clearly not going to have anywhere near enough lumber to craft after this. That becomes your incentive to go out and farm the lumber, doesn't it? When you've bought a bunch of materials to craft a bunch of items and the only thing you need is the actual lumber. Get off your ass and go get it. Corium power cores. Oh god. They're 1,500 gold apiece to craft. Sorry, I think I'm dying slowly. Too much talking. It's all this spending gold, it's making me feel ill. It'll be alright though when we open like 5 million gold worth of decor tomorrow, it'll all be good. You need 2 of those, so I don't mind. 50 of those. Flipping hell, they're only 30 gold a piece to make. Whatever. Hey, engineers out there is a shitload of intermediates that are like massive money right now. Hint, hint, wink, wink, engineers. I'm far too lazy to craft them myself. But there's a shitload of gold in them. Spent 120k restocking. Holy. Oh my god, look how much lumber I didn't have. See, that's the problem. I've bought all of these mats and now I am monstrously behind on the lumber. That's what, 200, 300, nearly 500 lumber missing. Oops. When I try and buy mats from the TSM task list, the buyout button is disabled. Any idea why? Yes, because you've got to use TSM's browse interface. You can't use the default auction house. You have to be here. When you're here, it will change to scan all. If you're in the default UI, it will either tell you not open or, you know, it'll be grayed out or something. Right, can we at least make some of this? There's a bunch of alchemy stuff. We do the engineering ones. I don't think I need the table for most of these, but it's force of habit to go stand at them. Thinking about it. Why is it not doing? Gadget go. There we go. It's crazy profit in all of this, though. I didn't look at the total profit numbers before I started this, but even on the stuff I haven't crafted right now, engineering in general, to be fair, looks to be cash money. Real cash money all over the place. Yeah, even on the stuff I haven't got crafted right now. 260,000 gold of crafting cost with 150,000 gold worth of profit in all of that. And 500 lumber. Now, I know it's spread across a few different expansions, but 500 lumber shouldn't really be any more than 2 hours worth of farming. So that still means even if you take into consideration the value, even if you take into consideration the value of the other mats that you have to spend, you're still making somewhere in the region of about 75,000 gold an hour. Even considering the other materials, which is just absolutely cracked. That's like launch week min-maxed herbalism mining under numbers. Farming 12 hours a day. Like the money in this is still absolutely busted.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
So now I've got a warbank full of decor that I will just distribute it across the realms like I would do as if I bought it. I basically now treat these items like flipped items. I don't worry too much about what they cost me to craft particularly. I know that if I sell my items at an above average price, the average price is going to still be somewhere around the crafting price. I'm not sure that people are going to be selling their decor at a loss, because that would be redonkulous. Right, and that is us fully restocked on the decor. Fully restocked on the decor. Now, now then, where do we go farm? I'm just piss poor on everything. I've burnt through nearly all of my lumber doing that then. There's only a handful of lumber I still have in supply. Coldwind lumber, I still have some in stock, but I can now literally spin a wheel and pick a zone to farm. I need lumber from everywhere now.
My directive has been fulfilled.
BFA Oldham is giving Cataclysm lumber. Oh. That's interesting. Previously, you weren't able to gather lumber in Oldham when you had the BFA version up. So, maybe they have busted it somehow. Right. I think we'll finish the day off today by doing half hour, an hour of farming somewhere. Some lumber. Let me take a quick bathroom break, boys and girls, and then we'll go. If you guys have a preference for a zone to do some lumbering in, speak up and we'll pick one when we get back. Wonder what Ashes of Creations professions would be like. I was actually quite tempted to take a look at Ashes of Creations at some point, but the honest truth is it's just been too. Arguably, we're just too busy with flipping WoW at the moment. There's too much good going on in WoW for me to be thinking too much about other professions, other games. I have no desire to go farm some area that's bugged, so do we just go pick Outlands because it's useful? What does our lumber value tracker thing say? Still says Coldwind lumber's worth the most. Yeah, I still have a little bit of Coldwind lumber. The lumber is the second hot. In fact, is actually the most valuable still. Probably for a similar reason though, that both Outlands and Wrath of the Lich King have quite spicy prices on the crafted decor. Should we go do the Grand for? We can zip round the Grand for a little bit, can't we? The Grand is easy business. Brain think Shatrath. Where's the portal for Shatrath? Downstairs. Before anybody says, yes, my mini-map is obnoxiously large, it's because I don't really like using Farm HUD. We can open a little bit of a loot appraiser, keep track of how much we get in. Okay. Do we go around the Grand? I think I've done the Grand recently. We could do Terracotta Forest, I suppose. That's another possibility. I kind of need to refine this route a little bit because I want to cut this section out. This bit's not needed, but flying around the Grand this way is another good way. Nah, Nagrand's nice because Nagrand also gives you the chance at Corium, doesn't it? Right, let's go gadget go. Now I'm not going to use my cheat mode here, which is to use the potions and the turn your settings down. We'll keep some nice high fidelity for this one. Twilight Howlands is now a level 80 zone due to the pre-patch, so it might be a little bit more difficult to farm lumber there. Oh yeah, there's a whole bunch of zones that are now 80 scaled, aren't they? Any zone that goes anywhere near an Endeavor is now basically 80. Or it can be 80 for you. It might only be 80. Like Mechagon, for example, is level 80 for me right now. Which is bad news if you need to be there for any other reason, but usually there's not that much reason to be in these old zones unless you're doing something endgame anyway. Keep your eyes on how many like +2s and +3s we get though, because that is in theory what they've changed, or tweaked, or buffed. We'll see. See how it actually feels. You can scale it with chromie time. Or maybe... Where the flipping hell is it? Hello? Branch? Hello? Am I being dumb? Oh my god, there it is. The answer to am I being dumb is usually yes. Also, then the grand texture bug is funny to see it happen on my client. What? Hang on, what? What haven't I noticed? Everything looks relatively the same to me. Plenty of foliage and 4 pixels per tree. That's the Outland way, isn't it? We're still tracking 130,000 gold an hour. Yeah, lumber's dead, boys and girls. Decor's dead, ignore it. 130,000 gold an hour farming Outlands. Gotta be out of your fucking mind. It was really funny for me to see the other day. You know how there's some things that you can tell people, you know, there's little snippets of information that people clearly know, but they don't really know how important or impactful that advice is. I saw Mr. GM the other day. This is no shade or anything. He sometimes lurks, so... I saw Mr. GM spin up a druid to go do some farming. And it was funny to see his eyes open to like, oh my god, this is like so much easier and so much more efficient doing it on a druid. Kind of one of those little snippets of information that he clearly knew that it was more efficient to do it on a druid, but that kind of moment of realization that, oh my god, you can do twice as much on a druid in the same amount of time. It was funny to witness it firsthand. Hello, who's this? Chosen, how we doing? Welcome in. Oh, that is playing twice in my ears for some reason. Why is that playing twice in my ears? I hope that didn't play twice for you. The sound file went funky. Welcome in, Chosen, how we doing? Hope you had a good stream. Thank you for bringing you and your crew. You've missed the highlight of the stream today, which was us doing our restocking, and we did a bit of a we relisted our decor, we restocked our decor, we did some crafting a minute ago, but we're back into the chores at the moment, which is just we got to get that lumber. We're out of lumber. Little sick, but doing good. There's definitely something going round though, isn't there? All of my family members seem to be dropping like flies at the moment. Everybody's getting some sort of flu, or somebody in my family got flipping COVID again last week. Like Christ, I thought we'd had enough of that. Yeah, it's definitely flu season, isn't it? Rest up though. Got to be in full health for midnight launch. Like this dude here. What we got here? Coltiran. It's going to be slow. wire. Well, crafting the decor you mentioned, was it 160k profit on the stuff you crafted? That was like 49 items. How much lumber did you put into that? No, that was that when I did the little overview of the profit thing. That was actually on the stuff that I hadn't crafted. That was just the outstanding stuff on the list. I forgot to look at the profit numbers before we started. So like 500 lumber was about 150,000 gold worth of profit, which, based upon the fact that 500 lumber is about 2 hours of farming, you can equate that to about 75,000 gold an hour of actual true profit, which is just cracked. Better to get it now than at release. Well, that is true. Yeah, I am slightly concerned that I have not been ill for a little while. I've kind of like been... I'm always slightly ropey in December. I think everybody always is. But I haven't been like properly ill for a little while now, and it worries me. I would almost, yeah, I'd almost agree with you. I'd like to get it out of the way. I'm not gonna lie, I am very tempted to actually take a week off before Midnight's launch. Like, straight up, just no streams, no videos, no nothing. Just pure rest and recuperation. But the other problem with that is that we're it's go season, isn't it? This is the problem for me. I want to get the guide fully finished. I also feel that this is a period of time where it's good for channel growth. I'm not going to bore you guys with the business bullshit, but like taking time off right now seems almost criminal, because it's the time I can post YouTube videos and they'll probably do better than average. It's the time I can help as much within the community, whether it be just streaming, talking about general stuff that's going on. You know, there's the most eyeballs on stuff at the moment. So the theory of taking even a day off seems ludicrous, but there is sometimes you just have to be kind of sensible. I know K-Chak's come out and said that he's just not streaming until midnight now. Which is an interesting choice. I wouldn't have probably been that aggressive with it, but he's clearly pushing hard. And I'm sure the benefit of it will be felt by everybody. Where is the lumber? Oh, it's there. Okay, we're 10 minutes deep and we're still tracking 140k an hour. It wasn't just a weird first 3 minutes extrapolation. $56 lumber in the first 10 minutes. Which 56 lumber in 10 minutes is 56 times 6. We're tracking at over 300 lumber an hour. Now, if these flipping pigeons would go away. There's another lumber node here somewhere. Where's it gone? Oh no, phasing. Stupid phasing. And I'm of the opinion, if I can do even remotely close to 300 lumber an hour, you guys definitely can. I get distracted by squirrels. Trying to read chat and provide some element of entertainment. Oh, yeah, okay. I see what you mean now. Where did my text just go? I didn't even notice that earlier. Yeah, I don't know what they've done with pre-patch, but they've seriously fucked up some areas. They've clearly screwed some things up. A doctor once told me the only people he saw who hadn't had colds that year were in cancer wards. Oh, thanks for that. Weirdly, there is some medical science, that sort of says that people who never ever get ill is probably because they're too stressed half the time. Being ill is usually your body will often choose to only have a cold or a flu or something. When you are at least somewhat relaxed. If you're in a permanent state of stress, you may also never show the symptoms of being ill, which, you know, is equally as dangerous because your body is like clearly fucked, but it's not, you know, it's in a state where it's not even willing to tell you it's fucked because it's trying to protect you, which is kind of weird. I don't know exactly how much truth is in that, but because, you know, one is not a doctor, but it makes sense. If you're just absolutely blasting life, or life is blasting you, I should say, and you are in a permanent state of, you know, high stress environments. This is why CEOs of companies and stuff, you never see them with a cold, do you? I mean, of a proper company, not some like Mickey Mouse 4-person company or something, but like real high stress jobs, you never see those people with a cold. Game is a suitcase, and that suitcase is full of spaghetti. Like Will Smith eating spaghetti kind of style. What's the map add-on with the lumber route? It's literally called routes. Do you see a lot of billionaire CEOs daily? Oh yeah, I'm in the right crowds, you know. Hang out in all the right circles. Imagine the quality of the patches every year instead of 18 months. Don't imagine what would happen then. Well, I mean, it's just, I mean, I know, I know what you're getting at, but it's like, I'm just of the opinion, just do your job better. Like, my perspective is Blizzard charges money for a service. We are the paying customers. They just need to do the job better. And the reality is if they don't do the job well enough, then, well, they don't maintain their paying customers. It still doesn't make me sway from the fact I am utterly convinced we're going to see 12-month expansions within the next couple. Back to medical facts with Manthe. Look. I'm a doctor of gold, that's it. Doctor of gold and not colds. Hello, where's the axe? Couldn't have gone further the wrong way around that tree if I tried. God damn. Oh, who put a tree there? $17 in. Okay, we're still doing all right. Still doing okay. $85 lumber. If we can get to like, I don't think we will, but we need 100 lumber in 20 minutes to push through to break 300 an hour. You do tend to find that after you've done a lap of a zone, though, you're waiting on respawns a little bit more, which is why if you just extrapolate from the first 10 minutes, 20 minutes, it doesn't always work perfectly. Hey Rose, how are we doing? Welcome in. How did your I didn't manage to stick around till the end of your stream yesterday. How much did was your goal making lucrative still? Did the what do you call them, finishing reagents help? $640. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. People also have different opinions on how much their money is worth. If I can get 40 hours out of an $80 game, I'm more than happy. Yeah, I mean, I'm mostly in the camp of, yeah, I like to keep the dollar per hour ratio at about 1-to-1 for my game. This is why, for me, the creep of like $80 to $100 games is kind of a little scary, because I also don't particularly, when I like there are some games, for example, because World of Warcraft is game number 1 on the list. This game is going to be the time sink for me, no questions asked, right? But it often means when I go and play other games, I sometimes don't want games to last 80 to 100 hours. I don't want every game to be a mammoth, take over your life for a month kind of game. I'm often quite looking for games that can be done in like 20 hours and are 20 hours of an awful lot of fun. But at the same time, a game that only gives me like 20 hours of entertainment, I probably don't want to be spending more than like $40 on. So it's kind of games when they're creeping up in box price. Kind of hope that the gaming industry doesn't also stretch the games unnecessarily to hold people for I don't know. But then there's games like Factorio, for example, that I think they're $30. I think Factorio's $30, and I must have had 5,000 hours nearly in that game over the years. So there's some games that far out value others. Crazy Bear, how we doing? Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Is it that time of the day, is it? That time of the day. It's kind of why games like Call of Duty and Assassin's Creed and, the games that tend to be, you can almost like set your clock by them, that there'll be a yearly release on them. And for the most part, it'll mostly be the same. They're games where I'm less interested in paying like AAA prices for, because I tend to believe they're just, copy pasting and shoveling shit. Now, the synergy there with World of Warcraft is not lost on me, by the way, if they were to go for yearly expansions. But I tend to believe that each World of Warcraft expansion, although the premise is the same, the landscape is often different enough to justify it. And honestly, the best thing for me about a new expansion isn't necessarily even the new zones, the new dungeons, the new content per se. It's the simple fact that it's a hard reset on professions. It is mostly where I think a vast amount of enjoyment comes from a new expansion for me. Between seasons, they're like soft resets. And if there's not anything particularly added, they're less than soft. They are fully flaccid. But a good hard reset on an expansion launch is always worth the money for me. Working on second hive mind. Gonna figure out if a single account can have 2 of them. No, you can't. I can already confirm that. And more so than that, only the original characters that got that hive mind can use it. So make sure you do it on a if you do go and get the hive mind, make sure you do it on a character that you plan to keep. Otherwise, you are kind of scuffed. The fact it's a 5-player mount has meant Blizzard put some pretty aggressive restrictions on who can use it and when. You need to go into Loot Appraiser and tell it to use different price sources for different item types, and then you use TSM map price to show the lumber value correctly. There is part of me, you know, that does wonder if people are just sleeping on lumber farming basically because 99% of people don't know how to value it or track it or understand just what it's worth. Because there's that like little bit of complication on the fact that it's a warbound material and there's no strict market value out there for it. I wonder if that is causing most people to go, oh, I'm gonna guess it's, you know, it's not really worth it anymore. It's been out for 2 months, surely it's not worth anything anymore. Surely the market's crashed. Oh, I crafted 3 pieces of decor and I didn't want to have to cancel scan it. The market's probably dead. Too much hard work, they'd rather just swipe. I mean, if you've, you know, if 20 bucks if you've got enough disposable income that 20 bucks here and there for a token, like, yeah, you can, and more importantly, you shouldn't fight against people who are just happy to spend disposable income on the gold, on the token. There's no denying that if it is truly disposable income, now obviously by that I mean that, you know, it's money that you don't need to put food on the table, and it's the alternative, let's not forget. A token these days, let's not muck around. If you go to the pub, like, and you buy your mate a beer, or your 2 mates a beer, like, 20 bucks, gone. Like, and you'll drink that in 20 minutes, job done. Like, as far as hobbies go, World of Warcraft, and even buying gold with the token in World of Warcraft, is genuinely one of the cheapest hobbies that players can have, that people can have. In today's age, where you can barely step foot outside the house without it costing you 50 bucks, it's staying indoors and playing video games, maybe a token or 2 here and there wherever you need it, is an incredibly cheap hobby, considering the amount of time and value you can probably get out of it. It's why if people want to and don't find enjoyment in goal making, I'm never going to force it. I'm never going to tell anybody they're stupid for buying the token. Let's put it that way. To be honest, I'd rather they do, because the more people that swipe with their credit card, the cheaper the token becomes for me to exchange my gold for. Like, it would be counterproductive for me to tell people not to buy the token. It's in my interest that they do. Where the flippin' hell is this thing? The more people out there that buy the token with their credit card, the cheaper the token becomes for me to exchange my gold for. Win-win. And it also means that they then have more gold to buy all my expensive shit on the auction house. Win-win-win. Telling people not to buy the token is literally shooting yourself in the foot as a goblin. People want to buy a token, let them buy a token. Now, it's different if those people are not buying the token and they're buying the gold on the black market auction house. Then those people can go get fucked, but... because that gold is going to be RMT game-breakingly acquired. Oh god, I've been farming for half an hour and I'm starting to get controversial. Why does this always happen? Maybe this is the real reason I don't do farming. We are half an hour in though, a little under half an hour in, and we have acquired 60,000 gold worth of lumber. Meaning we are on track for 120k an hour still. Can't wait to see the midnight stuff. Soon, brother. Soon. It's coming. Do we think we're going to get a... we better get a beta build this week. We better get a beta build this week. And that beta build better bring with it something interesting with the professions. Otherwise, I really am going to start getting a little bit itchy that we're getting a bit too close to release. I'm, I can't argue that if we get much more than a week or two down the line and we do not start seeing builds that sort of fix the professions, we need to start making a song and dance about it. And start preparing for the fact that some shit could go live completely busted. And if some stuff does go live completely busted, what knock-on effects on everything else is that going to have? Because what most people tend to do when trying to figure out what they want to do with the professions at the beginning of an expansion, they, you know, assume that everything is going to work properly and that there isn't something that's giga OP or super duper mega broken. But something like Inscription going live the way that it is right now would break humongous amounts of the game. Because it would probably make recycling pigments the most efficient way to do it, for example. Which would then cause the materials that come from those to be consumed on making shit that could then be you know, the knock-on effects are like... if one link in the chain is completely and utterly busted, it has knock-on effects to the rest of the links in the chain. Which, sure, is great fun if you're in position to take advantage of that. But then it also causes chaos when that thing gets fixed and the markets completely flip on their head again. And if you've gone and bought a bunch of materials or invested into something in the first... you're just fucked, right? The concept of an economy is you want the rules to just... you want it to work. It's why I always think that professions should get more dev time than I think they really do. Because a single bug or a single exploit within the profession system can just ruin like an entire season for people. It's really bad. A class, you know, one class being a little bit more powerful than another, class balance and stuff I don't think is even anywhere near as important. And no, I'm biased, but, you know, class balance. If a mage is popping off and doing 20% more damage than somebody else, who cares, right? It's not going to make a world of difference. But if one profession is a fraction of the, if one profession is producing materials at a fraction the price of the others, it then undermines the reason to do any of the, it's kind of, there's knock-on effects between it all. Made 5 mil from the Storm Dust Chaos last time. Yeah, it's things like, 2x4 farms and just broken mechanics at the beginning causes chaos. Like I said, it's great if you're on the good side of it, but it's equally annoying if you're on the wrong side of it. For example, people who have, in the last expansion or two, chosen to spec very heavily into Dark Moon card crafting, based on the theory that it was always good at the beginning of an expansion, have just been absolutely ruined by that decision. And mostly because people have been able to look at the crafting professions and go, oh, right, okay, yeah, it's going to be quite difficult to make these Dark Moon cards. Cool, all right. Little do they know, they then drop like absolute candy from dungeons and become vendor value on the auction house within minutes. It's like, oh, gold. Especially this time, Blizzard seemed to have put more, dare I say it, they seem to have put even more emphasis on Dark Moon card crafting in Midnight. But I ain't touching it with a 6-foot barge pole until I know that the cards don't drop like candy from some other random source. I'm not having a flipping soggy pack of cards ruin my day again. That's definitely not happening. You have a video on setting up that farming map? I don't know. But the add-on for the map is Sexy Maps. And the route is an add-on called Routes. Should I get 1,000 of each lumber to have a buffer? Or I should get 1,000 of each lumber to have a buffer. I do know if you've made a lot of gold recently, both farming lumber, crafting decor, and selling it, that a buffer is a good idea. The opportunity to make gold probably isn't going anywhere with decor, but of course, as soon as you stop farming, you stop being able to craft things, you stop being able to sell things. Soon as you turn off the farm, you turn off your gold supply. There'll be loads of distractions in Midnight. So it's, yeah, it's probably worth stocking up a little bit more. But I equally wouldn't stock up at the cost of not crafting and selling now. This is the thing, right? Lumber is in a position where, unless you are doing, like, what did we work it out? Roughly 500 lumber per expansion is needed to make one of everything. So even with the 12 expansions, you're looking at possibly upwards of 25 hours worth of farming just to craft one of every piece of decor. That's a humongous amount of farming. A player like me that has access to all of the professions is never, ever, ever really going to have a stockpile of lumber, because I'm never going to be able to farm enough of it to have a stockpile of lumber. But if you're more focused on one profession or one lumber type, then yes, having a bit of a surplus in the war bank for when you clearly get distracted when Midnight launches will at least mean you can still keep crafting a few things when they sell. I'm trying to keep stock of 1,500 lumber in expansion. I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot. I don't know how you're managing that without... Well, you might be multi-boxing it. I don't know. You must be to try and have that much. I'm crafting with it and selling it. That's why it's hard to keep up on just one account. Yeah, I mean, I physically cannot do enough lumbering to keep even half of what I want to have in stock, but I also don't focus too much on the farming. As you lot know, I do mostly flipping with the decor, not the farming. You also need to actually sell it. No point stockpiling 2k lumber if you don't craft it into something and actually post it. Yeah, this is it. I know the theory of stocking up is a good one, but the theory of stocking up means that you're able to farm enough to actually have a surplus. I don't know anybody that's farming lumber efficiently enough or for a long enough period of time to come even close to having a surplus. Your 5-box hive mind multi-boxes, probably. But then they're at least restricting themselves to probably only selling on a single realm to create that surplus. There's also no reason to only be selling on a single realm these days. Warbank makes that way too easy. Way, way, way too easy. And I feel I'm late to the party on this one. I know many people who were like doing serious amounts of cross-realm arbitrage before the warband even was a thing. And they were doing it at scale, and they were doing it whilst covering the cost of character transfers. That's how crazy you think that it was. Even back in Shadowlands, people were muling huge quantities of materials from server to server, incurring like a server transfer cost either way, and still profiting off doing it enough to actually make it worth doing. One realm consumes all of my lumber. Yeah, and if you're boxing it and you're gaining like 5 times the number you see on my screen right now, and yet it's still all being consumed on just a single server, like, you are never, ever, 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 ever going to be able to farm enough to reach the point where there's a surplus. Which should be, to anybody that even has the basic understanding of economics, will understand that this is why the markets for Decor are already very stable. Because the supply into the market is barely meeting the demand of the market. And we're talking about a period of time right now where people don't really have anything else to do. Imagine what the market could potentially end up looking like once people are all very busy and very distracted doing other stuff. It's why I have no real problem basically spending all of my profit at the moment on just buying more. Because if I go into midnight with 8,000 pieces of decor across my account, like, I could not farm a single piece of lumber for months at that point and just then sell it all back off. And probably take advantage of the fact that, especially on these smaller servers, where there might only be a few people like supplying the market with the materials and the decor in the first place, there's a I don't think there's any risk in having a bunch of inventory right now at all, which is an arbitrage dream. Usually when you're flipping stuff, there's always that looming fear of that, what if I buy this and what if I don't sell it? Or what if I buy this and then have to sell it at a steep discount? There's pretty much none of that right now with Decor. And I know people that are flipping Decor at a significantly larger scale than what I'm doing even. I can't wait till we start seeing the people turn around like halfway through midnight, towards the end of midnight, with their screenshots and their data. They come out the woodwork and they're like, yep, I made 500 million gold off Decor this expansion. And this is how I did it. That'll happen. Because if you're heavily focused on it, just humongous amounts of demand for this stuff. Not sold decor is basically like stocking up on lumber. Yeah, that's kind of the sort of thought process I have. I'm still at the point where I can't really find enough I can't really find enough decor cheap for me to even worry about having too much of a thing. Like, this is it. I can't express in any clearer detail just how good this market is still currently and will continue to be throughout the entirety of midnight. It's the new thing. It's the new shiny thing. The new shiny thing always is just a money printer. Live boxing it, I only get about 3 times what a single farmer can get due to the delay in waiting for the 5th tune to get theirs. Yeah, I mean, it's never a 5 times efficiency thing, yeah. If I get 300 an hour, you might get 1,000 an hour doing it on 5. The floor price on Decor has actually... Yeah, I'd agree with that statement. Yeah, even if you go onto like the Undermine exchange and actually look at some of the stats behind it and some of the data behind it, in many cases the average region-wide listing price and even sale price of some Decor is actually increasing, not decreasing. Which is not the kind of thing you would expect 2 months after a system's been released. I had my biggest day selling Decor on Sunday, 2.5 months in. Yeah, me too. I think I did about 2.4 million on Sunday. That isn't technically my biggest day, but my biggest day is very, very, very heavily skewed by... I had one day where I sold 2.2 million on one realm. Because somebody came in and bought one of everything, basically. Or one of a lot. Somebody cleaned me out on one server. So that kind of skewed the numbers quite a lot. But yeah, Sunday just gone was probably my biggest sort of normal day of Decor sales so far. There he is. Right, what are we sat at? 45 minutes into this little adventure. We have disconnected because we touched a tree branch. Fucking hell, that's going to screw up my numbers. Excellent. Well, we've done 100k. Don't hit tree branches, boys. I'm amazed I went 45 minutes without hitting a tree branch there, to be honest. Okay, well, on that basis then, I might just stop farming this lumber now. 212 lumber we got in 45 minutes. That'll do. That'll do. That'll do. I've also just realised I've got a cheeky 234 flipping Coldwind lumber in my bags here. Right, we got a bunch of Alemba lumber. I was really struggling on the Arden lumber a lot of time, I noticed. Where does that come from? Arden... Ashwood is Cataclysm. Bamboo's Pandaria. Arden lumber. Fucking hell's Arden lumber? Why can't I remember what Arden lumber is? Oh, Shadowlands? Oh god, no wonder I was missing a load of it. That's fucking horrible to farm. Alright, we'll do our farm in Shadowlands. I might even do Bastion just because Unwhelmed is flipping tree branch heaven, isn't it? Let me drop off the lumber I have in my bags already.
Well, spit it out. Have a good one.
Right. To Shadowlands. What's the Shadowlands one? Oribos and then fly somewhere, isn't it? Without new use of older expansion lumber and considering mats are usually not where most of the prices come from, there's not even the risk of raw crafted lumber having a big value difference. It's true, actually. My little way of guesstimation value on the lumber only really works for as long as lumber accounts for like at least 80% of the price, which fortunately it still does. My guesstimation gets less and less accurate the further lumber drops, unfortunately.
The Arbiter sees all truth.
Do I go on world? I don't even think I've got a route out here for lumber. I have a route for Bastion. Why does right clicking not work?
Purpose guide you.
Oh wait, where's my what? Hello? Why does my route not show up on these maps?
Fate.
I'm just gonna go Bastion, you know. Go Bastion. It's clearer, less likely of hitting a tree. we can zoom around and pick up some lumber out here. It's not the hottest of hot, but it still works. Right, it's going to take a minute to fly there. Give me 2 seconds, boys and girls. I'm going to grab a quick drink. I'll be back in a minute. Right, I've decided we're not farming Shadowlands lumber. That's going to drive me absolutely bananas. I have a better idea. The better idea is, you know, all that decor we just crafted? We find it a home. That seems to be a much better idea. We're going to find it a home, and I'm going to show you how I find it a home, and I'm going to show you exactly why you shouldn't be selling on one realm. First off, we need to decide which account we're going to give all that new, freshly crafted decor to. The way I'm going to work this out is very simply. I'm going to pick the account that has had the least sales in the last month. Scientific, not. But it does make sure that I slowly but surely spread the decor out relatively evenly. So let's see which ones had the least sales in the last month. They will be the new recipients of a whole bunch of decor to sell. So, how much have we sold? I mean, this account, it's never going to be this account. I don't know why I bothered logging this one in. It's never going to be that one. Last month. How do you set the windows like that? It's just window snapping. When you drag a window, you see you get all of this business. Window snapping. 9mm, 5mm, 4mm. So it's between this bottom left and this bottom right one. Which means we already know we can log you out. Lost. You've lost. You've lost. You've already sold too much. How much have you sold in the last month? Between 3.9 and... Oh my god, it's very close. 3.916, 3.947. You lose. You are going to now be the proud owner of a whole bunch more decor. Right. We need Warbank access. Go actual full screen now. This is a process I usually do off stream. And I usually do this much later in the evening, but I'll showcase what it is I actually do. I do this probably no more than, like, literally no more than once a day. Doing this any more than once a day is absolute cancer. Even though it's worth doing. It's the thing that people hate to mention. He who shall not be named is cancel scan. Look how much of my decor hasn't been undercut though. From what, like 3 hours ago when we listed it? So, cheeky quick cancel scan. Relisting anything that has been undone. Take the cancelled out. Next, open the warband. Select our decor group. Move shortfall 2 bags. And because our auctioning operations are set up to post one of everything, if we do not have one of everything, it will take it out of the warband, put it in the bags. This is actually going to be an excessive amount. And now it's actually crashed. That happens when you try and take too much out. Do a reload. Step 3, rant at TSM because it breaks. Yep, and that. Oh, is it real hardcore broken now? Oh, okay. We have to actually... No. You actually have to do a log out, log in. I forgot. If it crashes when trying to put stuff in or take stuff out, you've annoyingly got to actually log out and log back in. That's the only way you can resync to the server. It's annoying. Reload doesn't do it. Warband access whilst other characters are logged. When? Oh god, tell me about it. Not soon enough. Definitely not soon enough. Now, because we only crafted one of everything, there's a very strong chance that this first realm is going to try and hoover up absolutely all of the stock. I don't really ever like to post more than 50 things on a realm. Just because any more than 50 starts to get a little bit difficult to deal with. Now, Goblin Toolbox is conveniently telling me we've got 19 auctions listed already. So I'll probably only post 30 items here. And I'll put the rest back in the war bank. And it can go somewhere else. I'm nowhere near at the point where I've got 50 items on every single realm, so... Yeah, it's trying to post all 99 of these. We're not going to do that. We'll put 30 on this realm so that we have about 50 auctions listed. Go. Put the rest in the war bank. Not because it couldn't go on that realm, but just because I don't want to have too many items listed on one server. This is going to crash again now. I've tried to move too many in one go. Yep, there we go. Internal bag error. Log out. Do it again. Move to Warbank. Last one should quickly zip in. Beautiful. Now, whilst we've been doing that as well, Warband Miser, cool little add-on, will have balanced my gold on this character as well. I keep 100k gold on each one of these characters. It means they've got plenty enough gold to buy any cheap shit if it pops up. Every time they get access to the war bank, it rebalances it. Either deposits gold or takes some out. Log on to the next and we do it again. Oh yeah, it's got nothing to do with TSM. It's due to Blizzard's server side limits. Right.
Be careful.
Cheeky quick cancel scan. We've got 35 auctions on this realm. We've already got quite a lot here already. Only add. We'll top it up to 50 items if needs be. We get to see the lovely part where you cash in all of the gold. Nice to see the ugly side of realm flipping as well. Yeah, the less glamorous side of it.
Greetings, traveler.
If you don't want it to crash, you can actually be slightly more selective with your group so you don't pull too much out in one go. There's like some 50 item limit or something. If you try and request more than 50 items in quick succession, it crashes it. Shadow Woo. I wonder who that is. Yeah, yes. I do quite frequently see names I recognise.
May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
Right. We can post up to 45 items here. Rest will go in the war bank. How did you add the log out and reload macro to Goblin Toolbox? It's a tick box option in the settings already. How are we doing, Epoch? Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Let's get back to about 50 auctions on this realm. Put the rest in the bank again. There we go. Oh, that's almost a nice round number, isn't it? 50 auctions is nearly exactly $1 million gold worth of decor.
Greetings.
Do you undercut when you post, or do you post at the same as the lowest price? There's no need to undercut really on this stuff, no. I'm not in any way, shape or form trying to move it quick, shift it quick. I'm just content with being next in the queue.
Go in peace.
Undercutting definitely has its place, but it's not here. I'll often do this process on one of my 4 accounts each day, just so it keeps the gold sort of balanced on those characters, and it makes sure that any items that, like these 2 items here, for example, clearly didn't post last time because they're probably too cheap on this realm now, for some reason, for whatever reason. And so giving each account access to the warbank every few days means they can put the stuff back in the warbank and somebody else can have a go with it. And that's about as deep as the micromanagement of stock goes, really. It goes on the auction house if the price is right. Doesn't go on the auction house if the price is not right. And if it doesn't go on the auction house, it eventually gets put back in the warbank and somebody else gets to have a go.
How may I aid you?
And anything I craft just gets put in the warbank and gets added to the pile.
May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
Decor undercutting by a very small amount can actually be a disadvantage, since if several are listed for the same price, you have no option but to buy the last one posted. There are 2 for a different price. You can choose between them. I think you meant to say it's an advantage. I mean, a 1 silver... if you're a 1 silver undercut, yes, does kind of weirdly make sense with Decor, actually. Because it will separate yours out of the pack. But it still doesn't make any difference whatsoever. Somebody can buy the more expensive one. Oh yeah, that's true, yeah. You're usually not expecting somebody to come in and buy. Oh, whoa! I've gone way over my limit here. I've accidentally now got 80 pieces of decor in this realm. Okay, that wasn't my plan. I'm not about to start cancelling 30 off though. I got distracted. And this way, I very quickly and very easily find a home for all of the crafted decor. And I also know it's only being posted and listed at a price that is very worth my while doing it. There's only 28 items here. We can stock this up with a few bonuses if there's room.
Well met.
Once you end up with like significantly more stock, you can also then choose to just post everything on the auction house. Even if you're not going to be the cheapest, but I'm not quite at the point where I've got enough decor on enough realms to do that yet. Okay, all of this is going to go on the auction house, it looks like here. $46, that'll do. Okay, I'm kind of at the point now where I haven't got enough in my war bank to really worry about doing too much of this anymore, but it usually only takes 10 minutes to work through each of the characters. Cancelling to repost at higher price. Love to see that one. That's almost as nice as the auctions not being undercut one.
Greetings, traveler.
Grisen, nice name. That's the Swedish word for the pig. Greta Grisen. My niece speaks Swedish, so she's always banging on about Peppa Pig. She's like 3 or something, so.
Greetings. Be careful.
Peppa Pig sounds tasty. Mmm. With apple sauce.
How may I aid you? Goodbye.
This is why, if I do this regularly enough, I like to give a little bit of custom treatment to one of the 4 accounts every day. It sort of means that my warbank number is a bit of an indication to me of how well or how badly the system is going. Just slowly but surely, because of Warband Miser balancing out the toons gold numbers. As long as all characters hit the war bank relatively frequently, normalized gold means that the war bank number is, for the most part, a good indication to how either well or how badly the system's chugging along. It's kind of difficult at the moment. My warband gold total's going up and down like a yo-yo. That's because, you know, buying tokens left, right, and center to upgrade accounts at this time of the year is a big money sink. I'm still paying off the flipping 10 million gold longboy that I bought a month or two ago. That was an unexpected purchase. But you know, you got to have the proper longboy in you. Dr. Pepper. Not the same.
Well met. Be careful.
Yeah, there's definitely, like, the accounts that sit sort of in the middle of my list are clearly the ones that end up with basically nothing to sell half the time. Because they're the last ones to get dibs on anything I craft or any new stuff I buy for flipping or... This is it. I know a lot of people try and figure out what's the best realm to buy things on, what's the best realm to sell things on, this sort of stuff. I just don't really care. And I consider that a level of micromanagement that's too much like hard work. I just let sort of like random choice determine what realms has what stock, to be honest, more than anything else now. Got both boys now. I am double barrel boyed, yeah. Thoughts on the new Fable game? Did you see the trailer? I haven't, no. Nor did I ever play the old Fable game, so I'm not really aware of the franchise that much. There's a humongous amounts of games I have never played that I really should have done. It's cool playing World of Warcraft for 20 years. If I hadn't played WoW for 20 years, I'd have probably played pretty much every game. But this game is a big enough time sink that there was a huge amounts of games on my list that I should have played that I haven't. You added the new Decor pieces to your list. There was 2 new items and TBC Alchemy from the pre-patch. No, I haven't yet. No, I was going to wait till midnight because there's a whole bunch of new things I'll need to add, and I don't want to go through the process of adding everything. Every time one thing turns up, I'll add those in with the bunch when we get Midnight's launch. SteamDB incoming free. What's this? Which one am I meant to be interested by here? Oh, it's just a list of free to keep games, I see. Potentially upcoming free promotions. Huh. Interesting. That's the kind of thing that needs a like a Discord channel and a link for, isn't it? A webhook, as they call them.
Greetings, traveler. Goodbye. Greetings.
Bagnator is what I use for my bags. There's part of me that doesn't really think I particularly need it, but you can. The Bagnator is actually better, not for my bags, but for like the Warbank and stuff. It can show it all in one big interface. I historically have been a bit of a complainer about bag add-ons. I know there are some people out there that download and use bag add-ons and they've got custom filters and all sorts of clever shit. I usually go by the theory that if I can't install a bag add-on and it just works, then I won't use it. Bagnator is good enough that I can just turn it on and it works. It has a few bits of functionality I like. But I deliberately don't do anything too clever with it.
How may I aid you? Go in peace.
As you get used to Bagnator, it's kind of hard to go back to default. I mean, like I said, standard bags I couldn't care less. But for the Warbank, it is kind of useful.
Hair. Be careful. Well,
Yeah, my Warbank's basically empty
may
now.
the eternal sun shine upon
Everything has found a home. Everything has found a home. As soon as I start getting to the point where I've got so much inventory, as soon as I've got so much decor that I struggle to start finding it a home, then I might stop buying deals, but at the moment it's
How may I aid you?
has not happened yet.
Go in
I've never failed to find a home for a deal. Auction house and mailbox on one mount sounds useful. I mean, I just cannot believe the level of utility from this one mount.
hair.
It's the only real logical reason why they were able to get away charging $90 for it.
Be careful.
This one mount is the cost of an entire expansion, which is just absolutely bonkers crazy, but I also wouldn't be without it.
Greetings.
I mean,
Goodbye.
the original OG Longboy was kind of crazy value in the first place. even at 10 million gold, having access to a walking, talking, flipping auction house was crazy. You can park your character near any flipping mailbox in the entire world and do your operation. Super useful. I clearly, very definitely missed having it for many years. People were selling the original one on eBay for $400 to $500. Selling it on eBay? Why would... I'm confused. Oh, because you could only get it with 5 million. So they were basically selling 5 million gold. They were RMTing the shit out of it, yeah. Because it was probably cheaper to buy 5 million gold that way than it was to buy tokens to add up to 5 million gold, yeah.
Greetings, traveler. Go in peace.
Why do you only have hunters? This account's only got hunters. 2 of my accounts have only got hunters on. 2 of my accounts have only got paladins on. No real reason other than I've always enjoyed playing hunters and they're easy to level. There's literally nothing more to it than that.
Goodbye.
Yeah, I've got the old longboy as well. The OG longboy. I bought it a couple of months ago. I had the black one before I had the green one. Still got my original install discs for the Burning Crusade. Oh, I've got all of those, yeah. I've got them in the cupboard out back. I got the original vanilla discs and the TBC discs. I've even got the... What was the name? The Prisma guides or something for them as well, which was really funny. When you used to buy a book that told you how to do things in a game. Little did I know that I would end up with a mini career path of teaching, of doing guides.
May the eternal...
Once you go black, that is true. Once you go black, it is never going green again. Prisma guides, now that's a nostalgia trip. Yeah, I've got the vanilla and the TBC Prisma guides. I don't know if it'd be funny to flick through them actually to see what like they had. I became the book, I did.
Greetings, traveler.
This rail just is listing absolutely nothing.
Greetings.
At least gold is normalized. Days before Wowpedia and pictures on. Yeah, I mean, this was, you got to remember, this was back at the day where like World of Warcraft, it was Thoughtbot, wasn't it? Which weirdly has very different connotations these days, but it's that was your internet source. Weirdly, for a game that was an internet game, not everybody was like that internet savvy. Certainly not enough to be on flipping forums and searching up guides on the internet.
Well met. Be careful. Greetings. May the eternal sun.
I need to see if I can find them actually. Please hold. Okay. They're not Prisma guides, they're Brady Games battle chest guides. But we have the... Oh, hello, that's not the right camera. That's not the right camera. We have the original World of Warcraft guide in book form, right? Should we look at the crafting section? Choosing a path, page 223. Right then. Right then. Strategy and tactics. Crafting. Where the hell? That's not right. That doesn't make sense. Oh, 233. Jesus, it gets even less love. 233. Crafting and professions. Boom. This is the original World of Warcraft guide. Crafting and professions. We see what terrible advice it gives you. Azeroth is full of many exciting discoveries, and for some, it comes in the form of a robust crafting system, nonetheless. Players can create various items and equipment as long as they have the right materials, tools, and know-how. Nothing's changed, has there? Players are restricted to 2 primary professions per character: alchemy, blacksmithing, enchanting, engineering, herbalism, leatherworking, mining, skinning, and tailoring. Notice the omission of inscription and jewel crafting there. To complement these professions, there are secondary skills for all characters. Quick profession list. Profession, alchemist. Typical partner skill, herbalism. Profession type, manufacture. Is this what we need to start referring to things as? They're not crafting professions. Go on, focus, game. My camera's not going to focus. They're not they're called gatherer and manufacture. Tailor, create cloth armor and bolts from the cloth pieces found on the bodies of enemies. Tailors can also create bags to increase characters' inventory space. These are generally quite sought after. As the primary sources of cloth are dead enemies, tailors are only slightly dependent on miners, skinners, and herbalists for some more of the rare materials. Then it goes into like full details about all of the different professions. You remember when you had different ranks for the professions? Apprentice, journeyman, expert, and artisan. Maximum skill levels. It's kind of funny how so little of this has actually changed. Uh, 2007 publishing. Yeah, you've got full guides to your first day, learning about the world, dungeons and raids, the whole thing. Back when guide for an MMO was in book format, and then you got the whole thing again, but flipping light is reflecting. The whole thing again for the Burning Crusade. Damn. Pictures, the whole shebang. How much were these back in the day? It doesn't say. Anyway, that was a blast from the past. Yeah, I've still got the original discs as well somewhere. Couldn't find those. I knew where the books were though. I mean, it's kind of not as nostalgia, you know, there's not as much nostalgia in it now that we actually have classic in the game anyway. But it's still quite funny to look back on them and that, you know, a proper actual hardback book, $16.99 in the UK back in 2007. A good month of game time then. Good solid month of game time. Just be glad they didn't call it commodity in production. True.
How may I aid you? May the eternal sun shine upon thee. Greetings, traveler. Be careful.
I've got many more realms to do. Hopefully not. Oh, only 3. That's fine. These last 3 don't have much stock on them anyway. These last 3 realms are the bigger realms where I end up buying a bunch of stuff, not selling it. But boys and girls, I think I'm about to wrap it up, to be honest. I think not doing anything too stressful is probably a play today. We got the pre-patch event to tinker with tomorrow. I know it's kind of almost semi-half up and running already, but it shouldn't be. We'll have the pre-patch event to have a little bit of a look with. If you've got any characters in the like level 70-ish range, I think you're going to be able to zug them to 80 really quickly and easily. I'm sure most of you are probably not short on max level characters anyway, but in case you happen to be, the pre-patch event I think is going to be pretty good experience. Everybody's got those, you know, those kind of like 70, 71 level characters that they just never really played, but getting them up to 80, you can give them a job going into midnight, put them to work making a bit of gold. Or champion gear, I think, is up for grabs with this event, so that will be kind of that one kind of be useful for some. I wouldn't recommend spending too much time gearing ults particularly. You're not going to really need it, I don't think, particularly. You are going to want to get to level 81 in midnight though, which is a bit of a twist that we're not sort of used to. You can't use the midnight profession tools or accessories until you're level 81. So, yeah, even your ults are going to want to do a little bit of summon. This is weirdly a barrier to entry for concentration that's may go undervalued. 40-ish 80s and like 10 more between 30 and 50 range. Yeah, there's not exactly humongous amounts of it. There's probably not humongous amounts of characters I want to get leveled, but when does the event start? I've got 5 left to do on my main account. Tomorrow. The event kicks off tomorrow.
may I aid you? Be careful.
Okay. Last realm, I think.
Greetings.
Oh. Bunch of random stuff I bought on this one's going in the war bank. Oh, my war bank's empty again. 368 slots to fill. We need to go on a shopping spree again. We might do that. I might do that later. See if there's any deals. I tend to find most of my deals in the morning. People who craft and post things overnight. Need to figure out best alt army combination since Remix gave me 50 plus characters. For concentration purposes, the meta doesn't look as if it's going to change that much.
Well met.
Jewel crafting, enchanting, tailoring might move a few places up, but tailoring is going to be a very short-term win. It'll be a short-term win until there's enough tailors, until tailors have enough time to get the knowledge points they need to churn out bolts at high quality. It's not very concentration alt friendly though, the tailoring bolts, because it needs humongous amounts of knowledge points. Alchemy will be a steady one, I would imagine. Barrier to entry to flipping alchemy is way low though, which is kind of scary, but could mean a lot of people go alchemy just because it's super quick and easy to spin up. Yeah, there'll be options. Right, boys and girls, I'm going to love you and leave you. Thank you very much for stopping by today. I appreciate it. We'll poke around with a pre-patch event tomorrow. We can keep our fingers crossed and hope for a beta build later in the week. I'm probably going to spend a reasonable amount of time offline in the next few days. We'll still probably keep the streams up and running. I hope to keep the streams up and running the next few days anyway, but I got to crack on and get the Goblin Guide finished. I want to make sure that I can get that in people's hands as soon as possible, really. But there are big chunks of it that I can't really do yet, which is why it's not out there and available for people just yet. But yeah, that'll be out soon. So Gold Goblins over on Patreon. Once again, a big thank you to you guys. Those of you here who are subbed and watching ads and stuff, I appreciate you all the same as well. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'm going to send you all over to the 24/7 channel. 24/7 VOD channel. There's a bit of a giveaway going on over there. I'm giving away 1 million gold just to promote the new channel. It's where there's just my VODs running 24/7 hours, 24/7, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So there's always a goal-making stream to watch. That's the theory. If it's useful to you, give it a follow, give it a lurk, and get your tickets in, win yourself some gold. Right, let's get the raid set up. Yes, we'll be back again tomorrow, boys and girls. Thank you for sticking about. I'll see you all next time. Peace.